飞鸽制作飞鸽文学《三国演义》。孤穷无告危在旦夕，闻君仁义速助，能救人危急，故特令某冒风突围前来求救。玄德脸容答曰：恐北海之世间有刘备也，乃同云长。
Feiga production at Feiga Literature, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Being left alone and homeless is at stake. I heard that you are benevolent and righteous, and can save people in critical situations, so I specially ordered a certain person to break through the encirclement and come to ask for help. Xuanda calmed down and replied, Does Kong Beihai know that there is Liu Bei in the world? The same cloud grows.
翼德点精兵3000往北海郡进发。管亥望见救军来到，亲自引兵迎敌，因见玄德兵少，不以为意。玄德与关张太史慈立马阵前。
Ida ordered 3,000 elite soldiers to march towards Beihai County. When Guanhai saw the reinforcements coming, he personally led the troops to meet the enemy. Seeing that Xuanda's troops were few, he didn't take it seriously. Xuanda, Guan, Zhang, and Taisher Ci immediately rode in front of the formation.
管亥愤怒直出，太史慈却待向前，云长早出，直取管亥。两马相交，众军大喊。两管亥怎敌的云长？数十合之间，青龙刀起，劈管亥于马下。
Guanhai came out angrily, but Tai Shizi waited to move forward. Yunchang came out early and took Guanhai directly. The two horses crossed each other, and the troops shouted. To measure how Guanhai could defeat Yunchang, within a few dozen seconds, the green dragon's sword rose up and slashed Guanhai under his horse.
太史慈、张飞两骑齐出，双枪并举，杀入贼阵。玄德驱兵掩杀。城上孔融望见太史慈与关张赶杀贼众，如虎入羊群，纵横莫当，便驱兵出城。
Taisher Ci and Zhang Fei rode out together and charged into the bandit formation with their spears raised. Xuanda drove his troops to cover up the killing. On the city, Kong Rong saw Taisher Ci, Guan, and Zhang rushing to kill the thieves, like tigers entering the flock of sheep, unable to control their position, so he drove his troops out of the city.
两下夹攻大败群贼，降者无数，余党溃散。孔融迎接玄德入城，叙礼毕，大设筵宴庆贺。又引糜竺来见玄德，具言张凯杀曹嵩之事。
Two flanking attacks defeated the group of thieves, countless of them surrendered, and the remaining party collapsed. Kong Rong welcomed Xuanda into the city, finished the ceremony, and held a banquet to celebrate. He also brought Mi Zhu to see Xuanda and told him Zhang Kai's plan to kill Chao Song.
今曹操纵兵大略围住徐州，特来求救。玄德曰：陶公祖乃仁人君子，不易受此无辜之冤。孔融曰：公乃汉室宗亲，今曹操残害百姓。
Now Cao Cao has led a large army to plunder Shuzhou and has come here to ask for help. Xuanda said, Tao Gongzu is a benevolent gentleman and does not want to suffer such innocent injustice. Kong Rong said, you are a clan member of the Han dynasty. Now Cao Cao is harming the people.
以强欺弱，何不与戎同往救之？玄德曰：备非敢推辞，奈兵微将寡，恐难轻动。孔融曰：戎之欲救陶公祖，虽因救义，亦为大义。
If you rely on the strong to bully the weak, why not go with Rome to save them? Xuanda said, Bei Fei dares to refuse, but he has only a few soldiers and few generals, so he may not be able to move lightly. Kong Rong said, Rongji wanted to save Tao Gongzu, even though it was because of old friendship. It was also a matter of great justice.
公岂独无仗义之心耶？玄德曰：既如此，请文举先行，容备去公孙瓒处借3、5千人马，随后便来。容曰：公切勿失信。玄德曰
Yishwanda said, In that case, please go ahead and let Wenju go to Gongsunzon's place, borrow 3,000 to 5,000 men and horses, and then we will come. Rong said, You must not break your promise. Xuanda said, Say.
公以备为何如人也？圣人云：自古皆有死，人无信不立。刘备借得君，或借不得君，必然亲至。孔融应允，叫糜竺先回徐州去报。
Why is Duke Bei like a human being? The sage said, Since ancient times, there has been death, and people cannot stand without faith. If Liu Bei borrows an army or fails to borrow an army, he will definitely come in person. Kong Rong agreed and taught Mi Zhu to return to Shuzhou first to report.
容便收拾启程太史慈拜谢曰：慈奉母命前来相助，今幸无虞。有扬州刺史刘繇与慈同郡，有书来唤，不敢不去。容徒再见。容以金帛相酬。
Rong then packed up and went to Cheng. Taisher Ci thanked him and said, Ci came to help me on my mother's orders. Fortunately, I am safe now. Lu Yao, the governor of Yangzhou, who is in the same county as Ci, has been summoned by a letter, so I dare not go. Goodbye, Rong Tuesday. Repay each other with gold and silk.
慈不肯受而归其母见之，喜曰：我喜汝有以报北海也。遂遣慈往扬州去了。不说孔融起兵， 且说玄德离北海来见公孙瓒，
Ci refused to accept it and returned to his mother. When she saw him, she said happily, "I am glad that you can repay Beihai." Then Ci was sent to Yangzhou. Not to mention that Kong Rong raised troops. Let us say that Xuanda left Beihai to meet Gongsun Zan.
据说欲救徐州之士赞曰：“曹操与君无仇，何苦替人出力？”玄德曰：“备以许人，不敢失信。”赞曰：“我借与军马步军2000。”玄德曰：
Zan said, "Cao Cao has no enmity with you, so why bother to help others?" Xuanda said, "I have already promised you, and I dare not break your promise." Zan said, "I will lend you 2,000 horses and infantry." Xuanda said,
更望借赵子龙一行赞许之。玄德遂与关张引本部3000人为前部，子龙引2000人随后往徐州来。却说糜竺回报陶谦，
"Moreover, I hope to lend Zhao Zilong and his party a Zan." Xuanda then led Guan and Zhang to lead 3,000 people from their headquarters to the front, and Zilong led 2,000 people to follow, and went to Shuzhou. But Mi Zhu said that in return for Tao Qian,
沿北海又请得刘玄德来助陈元龙，也回报青州田凯欣然领兵来救，陶谦心安。原来孔融、田凯两路军马惧怕曹兵势猛，远远依山下寨，未敢轻进。
Yan Beihai invited Lu Xuanda to help Qin Yuanlong and reported to Qingzhou Tian Kai that he was happy to lead troops to rescue. Tao Qian felt at ease. It turned out that Kong Rong and Tian Kai's troops were afraid of Cao Cao's fierce troops, so they retreated to the stronghold far away from the mountain and did not dare to advance lightly.
曹操见两路军道义分了军事，不敢向前攻城。却说刘玄德军到，见孔融。融曰：“曹兵势大，操又善于用兵，未可轻战。且观其动静。”
When Cao Cao saw the arrival of the two armies, he also divided his forces and did not dare to move forward to attack the city. But Lu Xuanda's army arrived and saw Kong Rong. Rong said, "Chao's army is powerful and Chao is good at using troops, so he cannot fight lightly. Let's watch his movements."
然后进兵玄德曰：“但恐城中无粮，难以久持。”备令云长、子龙领军4000，在攻部下相助。备与张飞杀奔曹营，径投徐州，去见陶使君商议。
Then Xuanda marched into the army and said, "But I'm afraid that there is no food in the city and it will be difficult to hold on for a long time." Bei ordered Yunchang and Zilong to lead an army of 4,000 and help the public. Bei and Zhang Fei killed Chao's camp and went to Shuzhou to meet Tao Shijun. Negotiate.
荣大喜会合田楷为犄角之势，云长、子龙领兵两边接应。士玄德、张飞引1000人马杀入曹兵寨边。正降之间，寨内一声鼓响，马军步军。
Rongdashi joined Tian Kai to form a cornering force. Yun Chang and Zilong led troops to support them on both sides. On that day, Xuanda and Zhang Fei led 1,000 men and horses to attack Chao Bingzhai. While we were walking, there was a sound of drums in the village, and the horse troops and infantry marched.
如潮似浪拥将出来，当头一员大将，乃是于禁，勒马大叫：“何处狂徒，往那里去！”张飞见了，更不打话，直取于禁。两马相交，战到数合。
It will come out like a wave. The first general, Eugene, reined in his horse and shouted, "Where are the madmen? Go there." When Zhang Fei saw him, he didn't say anything and went straight to Eugene. Two horses meet each other and fight until the numbers are close.
玄德掣双股剑挥兵大进，于禁败走。张飞当前追杀，直到徐州城下。城上望见红旗白字，大书平原刘玄德，陶谦急令开门。玄德入城。
Xuanda drew his double swords and led his troops to march forward, but were defeated. Zhang Fei currently pursued and killed him all the way to the gates of Shuzhou city. On the city, he saw a red flag with white characters and a big calligraphy, Pingyuan Lu Xuanda. Tao Qian urgently ordered the door to be opened. Xuanda entered the city.
陶谦接着共到府衙，李泌设宴相待，一臂劳军。陶谦见玄德仪表轩昂，语言豁达，心中大喜，便命糜竺取徐州牌印，让与玄德。玄德愕然曰：
Tao Qian then went to the government office together. After the ceremony, a banquet was held for each other, while the troops worked together. Tao Qian was overjoyed when he saw Xuanda's majestic appearance and open-minded speech, so he ordered Mi Zhu to take the Shuzhou seal and give it to Xuanda. Xuanda said in astonishment,
公和义也签约，今天下扰乱，王纲不振，公乃汉室宗亲，正宜立服社稷。老夫年迈无能，情愿将徐州相让。公务推辞，签当自写表文。
Gonghe Yaiqian said, "Today the world is in chaos. Wang Gang is weak. The public is a clan member of the Han dynasty, so it is appropriate to support the country. I am old and incompetent, so I am willing to give up Shuzhou. Don't refuse. Write your own words humbly."
深奏朝廷玄德离席，再拜曰：刘备虽汉朝苗裔，功威德薄，为平原向有恐不称之。今为大义，故来相助。公出此言，莫非疑刘备有吞并之心也。
Shen reported to the court that Schwanda left the table and bowed again and said, although Liu Bei is a Miao descendant of the Han dynasty, he has little merit and virtue, and he is afraid of being incompetent for the post of Pingyuan Prime Minister. This is a matter of great justice, so he came to help. When the Duke said this, he suspected that Liu Bei wanted to annex him. Heart.
若举此念，皇天不佑。谦曰：此老夫之实情也。再三相让，玄德那里肯受。糜竺进曰：今兵临城下，且当商议退敌之策，待事平之日。
If you do this, I wish God would bless you. Qian said, this is the truth of this old man. After giving in again and again, Schwanda was willing to accept it. Mi Zhu came in and said, now the army is approaching the city, and we should discuss the strategy of retreating from the enemy. On a normal day,
再当相让，可也。玄德曰：备生遗书于曹操，劝令谢和。操若不从，厮杀未迟。于是传檄三寨，且执兵不动，遣人赍书以达曹操。
When Cao Cao surrendered again, Schwanda said, prepare a suicide note to Cao Cao to persuade him to make peace. If Cao Cao doesn't obey, it's not too late to fight. So he sent a message to the 3 villages, and the troops did not move. He sent people to deliver the letter to Cao Cao.
却说曹操正在军中与诸将议事，人报徐州有战书到。操差而观之，乃刘备书也。书略曰：备自关外得败军言，嗣后天各一方，不及趋势。
But he said that Cao Cao was discussing matters with the generals in the army, and someone reported that a letter of war had arrived in Shuzhou. If you take it apart and look at it, it is Liu Bei's book. The book's summary says, I have to pay homage to the emperor from outside the customs. Afterwards, the world will be different, and I will not be able to serve you.
向者尊父曹侯，实因张凯不仁，以致被害，非陶公祖之罪也。目今黄巾一灭，扰乱于外，董卓余党，盘踞于内。愿明公先朝廷之急，而后私仇。
Xiang Zhi respected his father, Marquis Chao, and was actually killed because of Zhang Kai's unkindness. It was not Tao Gongzu's fault. Nowadays, the yellow turban legacy is disturbing the outside. Dong Zhuo's remaining party is entrenched inside. May the Ming dynasty put the urgent matters of the court first, and then the private hatred.
撤徐州之兵以救国难，则徐州幸甚，天下幸甚。曹操看书，大骂刘备何人，敢以书来劝我？且中间有讥讽之意，命斩来使。
Withdraw the troops from Shuzhou to save the country from disaster. Then Shuzhou will be very lucky, and the world will be very lucky. Cao Cao read the book and cursed, "Who is Liu Bei, who dares to persuade me with a book?" And there is a sarcastic meaning in it. The emissary came and ordered him to behead.
一面竭力攻城，郭嘉谏曰：“刘备远来救援，先礼后兵，主公当用好言答之，以慢备心，然后进兵攻城，城可破也。”操从其言，款刘来使。
While he was trying his best to attack the city, Guojia admonished him and said, "Liu Bei has come to rescue from afar. Be polite first and then send troops. Your lord should respond with kind words and be prepared to be slow. Then attack the city with troops. The city can be broken." Cao followed his words and sent the envoy with money.
后发回书，正商议间，忽刘兴马飞报获释。操问其故，报说吕布已袭破兖州，进据濮阳。原来吕布自遭李郭之乱，逃出武关，去投袁术。
Waiting to send a reply. During the discussion, suddenly meteors and horses flew to report the disaster. Cao asked about the reason and reported that Lu Bu had attacked Yanzhou and marched into Puyang. It turns out that Lu Bu was involved in the rebellion of Li Engua, escaped from Wuguan, and went to Yuanshu.
数怪吕布反复不定，拒而不纳。投袁绍，绍纳之，与布共破张燕于常山。布自以为得志，傲慢袁绍手下将士。绍欲杀之，布乃去投张杨，杨纳之。
Lu Bu, the magician, hesitated and refused. He surrendered to Yuan Shao and accepted him, and together with Bu defeated Zhang Yan at Changshan. Bu thought he was successful and was arrogant about Yuan Shao's soldiers. Shao wanted to kill him. Bu Nai went to vote for Zhang Yang, and Yang accepted him.
使庞叔在长安城中私藏吕布妻小，送还吕布。李榷、郭汜知之，遂斩庞叔，写书与张扬，教杀吕布。不因弃张扬去投张邈。
At that time, Pang Shu secretly hid Lu Bu's wife and children in Chang'an City and returned them to Lu Bu. Li Ju and Guo Si knew about it, so they killed Pang Shu and wrote a letter to Zhang Yang, instructing him to kill Lu Bu. Bian abandoned Zhang Yang and went to Zhang Miao.
恰好张邈弟张超引陈宫来见张邈公，说邈曰：“今天下分崩，英雄并起，君以千里之众而反受制于人，不亦比乎？ 今曹操征东，兖州空虚。
It happened that Zhang Miao's brother Zhang Chao brought Chen Gong to see Zhang Miaogong and said to Miao, "Today the world is falling apart, and heroes have risen together. It's not despicable for you to be controlled by others with an army thousands of miles away. Now that Cao Cao is marching to the east, Yanzhou is empty."
而吕布乃当世勇士，若与之共取兖州，霸业可图也。张邈大喜，便令吕布袭破兖州，随据濮阳。只有鄄城、东阿、范县3处被荀彧。
And Lu Bu is a warrior of the world. If he takes Yanzhou together with him, hegemony will be achieved. Zhang Miao was overjoyed and ordered Lu Bu to attack Yanzhou and follow him to Puyang. Only Wancheng, Dongye, and Fan counties were occupied by Sun Yu and
程昱设计死守得全，其余俱破。曹人屡战，皆不能胜，特此告急。操闻报，大惊曰：“兖州有失，使无家可归矣，不可不急图之。”郭嘉曰
Cheng Yu's plan was to defeat everything else. Cao Ren fought many times but was unable to win, so he called for help. Cao Cao was shocked when he heard the report and said, "There is a loss in Yanzhou, which makes me homeless. We must take advantage of it urgently." Guo Jia said,
主公正好卖个人情，与刘备退军去赴兖州。操然之，及时达书与刘备，拔寨退兵。且说来使回徐州，入城见陶谦，城上书札，言曹兵已退。
"The Lord is willing to sell his favor to Liu Bei and withdraw his troops to recover Yanzhou." Chao Ranji immediately replied to Liu Bei's letter and pulled out the stronghold to withdraw his troops. Let's say that the envoy returned to Shuzhou and met Tao Qian in the city. He submitted a letter saying that Chao's troops had retreated.
谦大喜，差人请孔融、田楷、云长、子龙等赴城大会。饮宴既毕，谦言玄德于上座，拱手对众曰：“老夫年迈，二子不才，不堪国家重任。”
Qian was overjoyed and sent people to invite Kong Rong, Tian Kai, Yun Chang, Zilong, and others to the city for a meeting. After the banquet was over, Xuande Qianxian stood at the table, raised his hands and said to everyone, "I am old, my 2 sons are not talented, and they are not worthy of the important responsibilities of the country.
“刘公乃帝室之清德广才高，可领徐州。老夫情愿起贤养病。”玄德曰：“孔文举令备来救徐州，为义也。今无端据而有之。”
Lu Gong is a member of the imperial family, a man of great virtue and talent, who can lead Shuzhou. I would rather beg for leisure and recuperate from illness. Xuanda said, Kong Wenju ordered Bei to come to rescue Shuzhou as a matter of righteousness. Now there is no evidence for this.
天下将以备为无一人以弥逐曰：今汉室凌迟，还与颠覆，树功立业，正在此时。徐州殷富，户口100万，刘使君临此，不可辞也。玄德曰：
Mi Zhu said, Now the Han dynasty is late, Haiyu is overthrown, and it is now to establish its merits. Shuzhou is rich in yin, with a household registration of 1 million. Lu Shijun takes this place and cannot leave it. Xian. De said.
此事绝不敢应命。陈登曰：陶府君多病，不能事事，明公勿辞。玄德曰：元公路43公，海内所归，尽在寿春，何不以周让之？
Chen Deng said, Mr. Tao is sick and can't take care of things. Please don't leave me. Xuanda said, The 4th and 3rd princes of Yuan Gongdao returned from overseas, and they are close to Shouchuan. Why not give them to the state?
孔融曰：元公路冢中枯骨，何足挂齿？今日之事，天与不取，悔不可追。玄德坚持不肯。陶谦泣下曰：君若舍我而去，我死不瞑目矣。
Kong Rong said, The withered bones in Yuan Gongdao's tomb are of no concern. God will not take what happened today, and regrets cannot be pursued. Xuanda refused. Tao Qian burst into tears and said, If you leave me, I will die with my eyes closed.
云长曰：继承陶公相让，兄且全领周氏。张飞曰：又不是我强要他的州郡，他好意相让，何必苦苦推辞？玄德曰：
Yunchang said, Since I accepted Tao Gong's concession, my brother has the right to take charge of the state affairs. Zhang Fei said, I am not forcing him to take over the state and county. He has good intentions, so why bother to refuse? Xuanda said.
汝等欲陷我于不义耶？陶谦推让再三，玄德只是不受。陶谦曰：如玄德必不肯从，此间尽议，名曰小沛，足可屯军，请玄德暂助君此意。
You want to trap me in an unjust way. Tao Qian repeatedly gave in, but Xuanda just refused. Tao Qian said, If Xuanda refuses to obey, there is a nearby town called Xiaopei, which is enough to garrison troops. Please Xuanda temporarily station troops in this city.
以保徐州何如？众皆劝玄德留小沛，玄德从之。陶谦劳军已毕，赵云辞去， 玄德执手挥泪而别。孔融、田楷亦各相别，引军自回。玄德语关
How about protecting Shuzhou? Everyone advised Xuanda to stay in Xiaopei, and Xuanda followed. Tao Qian had finished his military work, and Zhao Yun resigned. Xuanda held his hands and said goodbye with tears. Kong Rong and Tian Kai also said goodbye and led their troops back. Xuanda related to
张引本部军来至小沛，修葺城垣，抚育居民。却说曹操回军，曹仁接着言吕布势大，更有陈宫为辅，兖州、濮阳已失，其卷城东阿。
Zhang led his troops to Xiaopei to repair the city wall and appease the residents. But he said that Cao Cao had returned to the army, and Cao Ren followed up, saying that Lu Bu was powerful and assisted by Qingong. Yanzhou and Puyang had been lost, and Wancheng, Dong'a.
范县三处赖荀彧、程昱二人设计相连，死守城郭。操曰：“吾料吕布有勇无谋，不足虑也。叫且安营下寨，再作商议。”吕布知曹操回兵。
The three places in Fan County were connected by Sun Yu and Qing Yu's design and defended the city wall. Cao Cao said, "I thought Lu Bu was brave but not resourceful, so there's nothing to worry about. Let's set up camp in the stronghold and discuss it later." Lu Bu knew that Cao Cao had returned to his army.
已过藤县召副将薛兰、李丰曰：“吾欲用汝二人久矣，如可引军1万，坚守兖州，吾亲自率兵前去破曹。”二人应诺。陈宫即入见曰：
After passing Ting County, he summoned the Deputy General Xuelan and Li Feng and said, "I have wanted to use you two for a long time. You can lead an army of 10,000 to defend Yanzhou. I will personally lead the troops to defeat Cao Cao." The two men agreed. Qingong rushed in and said,
将军弃兖州，欲何往乎？不曰：“吾欲屯兵濮阳，以成鼎足之势。”公曰：“差分。”薛兰必守兖州不住，此去正南180里，泰山路险。
Where does the general want to go after abandoning Yanzhou? Bu said, "I want to station troops in Puyang to form a tripod." Gong said, "It's a difference. Xuelan will defend Yanzhou forever. 180 miles due south from here, on Taishan Road risk."
"可服精兵万人，再比曹兵闻失兖州，必然背道而进，待其过半，一击可擒也。”不曰：“吾屯濮阳，别有良谋，如岂知之？”遂不用陈宫之言。
but tens of thousands of elite soldiers were lying in wait. When Chao's soldiers heard that Yanzhou was lost, they would definitely advance twice as many times as they did. Once they were more than half of them, they could be captured with one blow. Bu said, "I am stationed in Puyang. I have a good plan." "How could you know it?" So Gong's words were not used.
而用薛兰守兖州而行曹操兵行至泰山险路，郭嘉曰：“且不可进，恐此处有伏兵。”曹操笑曰：“吕布无谋之辈，故叫薛兰守兖州，自往濮阳。”
When Xuelan was used to guard Yanzhou, Cao Cao's troops marched to the dangerous road of Mount Tai. Guojia said, "Don't go in, for fear there will be an ambush here." Cao Cao laughed and said, "Lu Bu is a fool," so he taught Xuelan to guard Yanzhou and went to Puyang.
安得此处有埋伏耶教曹仁领义军为兖州，吾进兵濮阳，速攻吕布。陈宫闻曹兵至近，乃献计曰：“今曹兵远来疲困，力在速战。”
Andy has an ambush here. Cao Ren leads an army to surround Yanzhou. I advance to Puyang and attack Lu Bu quickly. Chen Gong heard that Chao's soldiers were approaching, so he offered a plan and said, "Now that Chao's soldiers are coming from afar, they are tired, so it is advantageous to fight quickly."
不可养成气力不约，无匹马纵横天下，何愁曹操？待其下寨，吾自擒之。却说曹操兵进濮阳，下筑寨脚。次日，引众将出，陈兵于野。
Don't cultivate your strength and say, "My horse is all over the world, why worry about Cao Cao? When he comes to the stronghold, I will capture him myself." But he said that Cao Cao's troops were approaching Puyang and were stationed at the foot of the stronghold. The next day, he led the generals out and arranged their troops in the field.
操立马于门旗下，遥望吕布兵到。阵原处，吕布当先出马，两边排开8员健将。第一个雁门马一人，姓张，名辽，字文远；第二个泰山华阴人。
Cao immediately stood under the gate and watched Lu Bu's troops arrive in the distance. In the circle of the formation, Lu Bu was the first to take the lead, with 8 generals lined up on both sides. The first was from Mai, Yanmen, with the surname Zhang, given name Liao, and the courtesy name Wenyuan. The second was from Huayin, Taishan.
姓臧名霸，字宣高。两将又各引3员健将，郝蒙、曹姓、程连、魏续、宋宪、侯成。步军5万，鼓声大震。操指吕布而言曰：“吾与汝自来无仇。”
His surname is Zhang Mingba and his given name is Xiangao. The two generals each recruited 3 capable generals: Hao Meng, Chao Xing, Qing Lian, Wei Su, Song Xian, and Ho Cheng. The army numbered 50,000, and the drums beat loudly. Chao pointed to Lu Bu and said, "I have no enmity with you."
何得夺吴州郡不曰：汉家城池，诸人有分，偏尔何得？便叫臧霸出马搦战。曹军内勒尽出营，两马相交，双枪齐举，战倒30余合。
Why should we seize the city of Wuzhou? Bu said, "Everyone has their own share of the Han city, but you can't win it together." Then he asked Zhang Ba to ride out and fight. Chao Jun entered and exited with music to welcome him. The 2 horses crossed each other and both spears were raised. After fighting for more than 30 years,
胜负不分，夏侯惇拍马便出助战，吕布镇上张辽截主厮杀，恼得吕布兴起，挺戟骤马，冲出阵来。夏侯惇跃进街走，吕布掩杀，曹军大败。
regardless of the outcome, Xiahou Dun patted his horse and went out to help, but Zhang Liao intercepted Lu Bu and started fighting. Lu Bu became angry, raised his halberd, and rushed out of the formation. Xiahou Dun and Lu Jin both left, but Lu Bu covered them up and killed Chao Jun. Chao's army was defeated.
退30-40里步自收军。曹操输了一阵，回寨与诸将商议。于禁曰：“某今日上山观望，濮阳之西，吕布有一寨，约无多军。
Retreat 30 or 40 miles to collect your troops." After Cao lost for a while, he returned to the stronghold to discuss with the generals. Eugene said, "I went up the mountain today to look around. To the west of Puyang, Lu Bu has a stronghold, but there are not many troops."
今夜彼将谓我军败走，必不准备，可引兵击之。若得寨，步军必拒，此为上策。操从其言，待曹洪、李典、毛玠、吕虔、于禁点为6将。
Tonight, the general will say that our army will be defeated and will not be prepared, so we can lead troops to attack it. If we get the stronghold, the troops will be afraid. This is the best policy. Chao followed his advice and led 6 generals: Chao Hong, Li Dian, Mao Jia, Lu Qian, Eugene, and Dian Wei.
选马步2万人，连夜从小路进发。却说吕布于寨中劳军。陈宫曰：“西寨是个要紧去处，倘或曹操袭之，奈何？”不曰：“他今日输了一阵。”
20,000 people were chosen to march on horseback from the alley through the night. But it was said that Lu Bu was working in the stronghold. Chen Gong said, Shizhai is an important place. What if Cao Cao attacks it? Bu said, he lost for a while today.
如何赶来攻约？曹操是极能用兵之人，须防他攻我不备。不乃拨高顺并魏续、侯成引兵往守西寨。却说曹操于黄昏时分引军至西寨。
How dare you come to the palace and say, Cao Cao is a man who is very capable of using troops. We must prevent him from attacking me unprepared. Bunai sent Gao Shun to join Wei Su and Ho Cheng to lead troops to defend the western village. But it was said that Cao Cao led his army to Shizhai at dusk.
"四面突入寨兵不能抵挡，四散奔走，曹操夺了寨。将及4更，高顺方引军到，杀将入来。曹操自引军马来迎，正逢高顺3军混战，将及天明。
The soldiers who rushed into the stronghold from all sides were unable to resist and scattered in all directions. Cao Cao captured the stronghold. At the 4th watch of the general, Gao Shunfang led the army and killed the general. Cao Cao himself led his troops and horses to greet Gao Shun, and the 3 armies were fighting in a melee until dawn.
"正西鼓声大震，人报吕布自引救军来了。操弃寨而走，背后高顺、魏续、侯成赶来，当头吕布亲自引军来到。于禁、乐进双战，吕布不亡。
Due to the west, the drum beat loudly and people reported that Lu Bu had led the rescue army. Cao abandoned the stronghold and left. Gao Shun, Wei Su, and Ho Cheng came from behind. At the head, Lu Bu personally led the army. Eugene and Lu Jin fought against Lu Bu but refused to go.
"操望北而行山后，一彪军出，左有张辽，右有臧霸。操使吕虔、曹洪战之，不利。操望西而走，忽又喊声大震，一彪军至，郝蒙、曹姓、程连。
Cao Cao looked north and walked up the mountain. A large army came out, Zhang Liao on the left and Zhang Ba on the right. Cao sent Lu Qian and Cao Hong to fight, but it was unfavorable. Cao looked west and walked away. Suddenly there was another loud shout and an army of soldiers arrived. Hao Meng, Cao Xing, Qing Lian.
"宋县4将拦住去路，众将死战，操当先冲阵。梆子响处，箭如骤雨射将来。操不能前进，无计可托，大叫：谁人救我？马军队里一将涌出。
Song Xian's 4 generals blocked the way and fought to the death. Cao Cao was the first to charge into the formation. Wherever the bangs sound, arrows are shot down like a sudden rain. Chao couldn't move forward and had no way to escape. He shouted, "Someone save me!" A general from the cavalry army rushed out.
乃典韦夜手挺双铁戟，大叫：“主公勿忧！”飞身下马，插住双戟，取短戟10数支，携在手中，故从人曰：“贼来时不乃乎我？”遂放开脚步。
Nai Jinwei also held up the 2 iron halberds in his hands and shouted, "Don't worry, my lord." He dismounted from his horse, stuck the 2 halberds in his hands, took a dozen short halberds, and held them in his hands. Gu Tsongren said, "The thief is coming 10 steps away." Me. Then let go.
冒剑前行，步军数十骑追至。从人大叫曰：“时不矣！”韦曰：“吾不乃乎我？”从人又曰：“吾不矣！”韦乃飞戟刺之，一戟一人坠马。
Taking advantage of the arrows, they marched forward with dozens of cavalry troops chasing after him. The servant shouted, "It's only 10 steps." Wei said, "It's 5 steps to call me." The servant shouted again, "It's 5 steps." Wei Nai stabbed him with a flying halberd, and one person fell off his horse with 1 halberd.
"并无需发力杀10数人，众皆奔走。韦父飞身上马，挺一双大铁戟，冲杀入去。好，曹、程、宋4将不能抵挡，各自逃去。典韦杀散敌军。
There was no false intention to kill dozens of people. Everyone ran away. Wei Fufei mounted his horse and charged in with a pair of large iron halberds. The 4 generals Hao, Chao, Cheng and Song could not resist and fled each other. Dian Wei killed and scattered the enemy troops.
"救出曹操众将，随后也到，寻路归寨。看看天色傍晚，背后喊声起处，吕布骤马提戟赶来，大叫：‘操贼休走！’此时人困马乏，大家面面相觑。
The generals who rescued Cao Cao also arrived soon after, looking for a way back to the stronghold. Look at the sky in the evening, where the shouting started from behind. Lu Bu suddenly came over with his horse and halberd, shouting, "Don't leave, you thief!" At this time, people were tired and horses were exhausted. Everyone looked at each other.
"各欲逃生正是，虽能暂把重围脱，只怕难当劲敌追。不知曹操性命如何，且听下文分解。第12回，陶公祖3让徐州。
Everyone wants to escape. Although they can escape the siege temporarily, they are afraid that they will not be pursued by powerful enemies. I don't know what happened to Cao Cao's life, but let me explain below. Chapter 12. Tao Gongzu sent Shuzhou 3 times.
曹孟德大战吕布，却说曹操正慌走间，正南上一彪军到，乃夏侯惇引军来救援，截住吕布大战。斗到黄昏时分，大雨如注，各自引军分散。
Chowmunga's battle with Lu Bu, but it was said that when Cao Cao was running in panic, a Biao army arrived from the south, and Xiahou Dun led his army to rescue him and intercepted the battle between Lu Bu and Cao Cao. The fight lasted until dusk, when heavy rain fell, and each of them led their troops to disperse.
操回寨重赏典韦，加为领军都尉。却说吕布到寨，与陈宫商议。公曰：濮阳城中有富户田氏，家童千百，为一郡之巨士。
Cao Cao returned to the stronghold and rewarded Dian Wei heavily, making him the captain of the army. But he said that Lu Bu came to the village to discuss with Chen Gong. The palace said, there is a wealthy Tian family in Puyang City, with a family of thousands of children, making it a huge family in a county.
可令彼密使人往操寨中下书言，吕温侯残暴不仁，民心大怨。今欲移兵黎阳，只有高顺在城内，可连夜进兵，我为内应。操若来，诱之入城。
He can be ordered to secretly send people to Chao's stronghold and write a letter saying, Marquis Lu Wen is cruel and unkind, and the people are very resentful. Now we want to move our troops to Liang, but Gao Shun is in the city. But if we march overnight, I will be the internal response. If Cao Cao comes, lure him into the city.
四门放火，外设伏兵。曹操虽有惊天伟地之才，到此安能得脱也？吕布从其计，密谕田氏，使人径到操寨。操因新败，正在踌躇，忽报田氏人到。
The 4 gates were set on fire and an ambush was set up outside. Even though Cao Cao has great talent, how can he escape here? Lu Bu followed his plan and secretly ordered the Tian family to send people to Chao's stronghold. Chao was hesitating because of his new defeat, when he suddenly reported that Tian's people had arrived. "
城上密书云：吕布已往黎阳，城中空虚，万望速来，当为内应。城上插白旗，大书义字，便是暗号。操大喜曰：“天使无得濮阳也。”
He submitted a secret letter and said, Lu Bu has gone to Liang, and the city is empty. If you want to come quickly, you should be an internal response. A white flag is placed on the city, and the word righteousness is written in a big book, which is the secret signal. Cao Cao said with great joy, I have arrived in Puyang, angel.
众上来人一面收拾起兵。刘烨曰：不虽无谋，陈宫多计，只恐其中有诈，不可不防。明公欲去，当分三军为3队，2队伏城外接应，1队入城。
He rewarded those who came and gathered up his troops. Liu Yi said, although the cloth has no plan, Qin Gong has many plans. I'm afraid there may be fraud, so we must be on guard. When Ming Gong wants to leave, he should divide the 3 armies into 3 teams. 2 teams lie outside the city to meet them, and 1 team enters the city.
方可操从其言，分军3队来至濮阳城下。操先往观之，见城上便竖旗幡，西门角上有1亿字白旗，心中暗喜。师5排，城门开处。
Fang Kucao followed his words and divided his army into 3 groups and came to Puyang city. Cao Cao went to take a look first and saw flags and banners erected all over the city. On the corner of the west gate, there was a white flag with the word righteousness, and he was secretly happy. It's the noon sign, the city gate is open.
2员将引军出战前军侯成，后军高顺。操及时点为出马，直取侯成。侯成抵敌不过，回马往城中走，唯赶到吊桥边，高顺一拦挡不住。
The 2 will lead the army into battle. The front army will be Ho Cheng, and the rear army will be Gao Shun. If Jian Wei takes action, he will take Ho Cheng directly. Ho Cheng couldn't resist the enemy, so he returned to Moang City. Wei rushed to the suspension bridge, but Gao Shuni couldn't stop him.
都退入城中去了。树内有军人程氏混过阵来见操，说是田氏之使，呈上密书，曰云：今夜初更时分，城上鸣锣为号，便可进兵。某当县门。
They all retreated into the city. Within a few days, some soldiers took advantage of the situation and sneaked through the formation to see Cao. They said they were envoys from the Tian family and presented a secret letter. Yu Yu said, at the first watch tonight, the gongs on the city will be sounded as a signal, and then the troops can advance. A certain person should dedicate the gate.
操拨夏侯惇引军在左，曹洪引军在右，自己引夏侯渊、李典、乐进，典为4将，率兵入城。李典曰：主公且在城外，容某等先入城去。操喝曰：
Cao sent Xiahou Dun to lead the army on the left and Cao Hong led the army to the right. He himself led the 4 generals Xiahou Yuan, Li Dian, Eugene and Dian Wei into the city. Li Dian said, My lord is outside the city. Let someone else enter the city first. Cao shouted.
我不自往，谁肯向前？遂当先领兵直入。10月初更，月光未上，只听得西门上吹迎咳声，喊声呼起，门上火把缭乱，城门大开，吊桥放落。
Who is willing to move forward if I don't move forward? So he led the troops in first. It's about time for the first update, but the moonlight has not yet come up. All I could hear was the sound of shells being blown on the west gate, shouts suddenly rising, torches burning on the gate, the city gate wide open, and the drawbridge lowered.
曹操争先拍马而入，直到州衙，路上不见一人。操知事计，忙拨回马，大叫：“退兵！”州衙中一声炮响，四门烈火轰天而起，金鼓齐鸣。
Cao Cao rushed into the prefecture government office first, but saw no one on the road. Cao Cao knew it was a plan, so he hurriedly turned his horse back and shouted, "Retreat!" A cannon sounded in the prefecture office, 4 doors of fire exploded into the sky, and golden drums sounded.
喊声如江翻海沸，东向内转出张辽，西向内转出臧霸，夹攻掩杀。操走北门，道棒转出郝萌，曹姓又杀一阵。操急走南门，高顺、侯成拦住。
The shouts were like a river boiling over the sea. Zhang Liao came out from the east alley, and Zhang Ba came out from the west alley. They attacked from both sides to cover up the kill. Chao walked through the north gate, and Hao Meng and Chao Xing came out of the road and killed them again. Chao hurriedly walked to the south gate, but Gao Shun and Ho Ching stopped him.
典韦怒目咬牙，冲杀出去。高顺、侯成道走出城，典韦杀到吊桥，回头不见了曹操，翻身复杀入城来，门下撞着李典。典韦问：“主公何在？”
Dian Wei glared angrily and rushed out with gritted teeth. Gao Shun and Ho Ching walked out of the city. Dian Wei fought to the suspension bridge, but Cao Cao was nowhere to be seen when he turned around. He turned around and entered the city again, but bumped into Li Dian at the door. Dian Wei asked, "Where is my lord?"
典曰：“无一寻不见。”韦曰：“汝在城外催救军，我入去寻主公。”李典去了。典韦杀入城中，寻觅不见，再杀出城壕边，撞着乐进。进曰：
Dian said, "I can't find him either." Wei said, "You are urging the reinforcements outside the city, and I will go in to look for the Lord." Li Dian left. Dian Wei fought his way into the city but couldn't find him. Then he fought his way out of the trench and bumped into Eugene. Jean said,
主公何在？为曰：我往复两遭，寻览不见。晋曰： 同杀入去救主。两人到门边，城上火炮滚下，勒禁马不能入，典韦冒烟突火。
Where's my lord? Wei said, I have gone back and forth twice, but I have not found him. Jean said, let's fight together to save the Lord. When the two of them arrived at the gate, the cannons on the city rolled down, and Le Jean's horse could not enter. Dianwei was filled with smoke and fire.
又杀入去，到处寻觅。却说曹操见典韦杀出去了，四下里人马结来，不得出南门，再转北门，火光里正撞见吕布挺戟跃马而来，操以手掩面。
Then he went in and searched everywhere. But he said that when Cao Cao saw Dianwei and went out, people and horses from all directions stopped him, and he could not get out of the south gate. Then he turned to the north gate and saw Lu Bu coming on horseback with a halberd in the light of the fire. Cao covered his face with his hands.
加鞭纵马经过吕布，从后拍马赶来，将戟于操盔上一击，问曰：“曹操何在？”操反指曰：“前面骑黄马者是他。”吕布听说，弃了曹操。
He whipped his horse and passed Lu Bu, who came from behind. He struck his halberd on Cao Cao's helmet and asked, "Where is Cao Cao?" Cao pointed back and said, "He is the one riding the yellow horse in front." Lu Bu heard this and abandoned it. Cao Cao.
纵马向前追赶，曹操拨转马头，往东门而走，正逢典韦。韦拥护曹操，杀条血路，到城门边，火焰甚盛，城上推下柴草，遍地都是火，韦用戟拨开。
Cao Cao rode his horse forward to catch up, turned his horse's head, looked at the east gate and left, where he met Dianwei. Wei supported Cao Cao and fought a bloody battle. When they got to the city gate, the flames were very strong. Firewood was pushed down from the city. The ground was full of fire. Wei used his halberd to push it away.
飞马冒烟突火先出，曹操随后亦出。方到门道边，城门上崩下一条火梁来，正打着曹操战马后胯，那马扑的倒了。操用手托梁推放地上，手臂须发。
Pegasus, smoke and fire burst out first. Cao Cao followed suit. When they reached the doorway, a beam of fire fell from the city gate and hit Cao Cao's horse on the back. The horse fell to the ground. The operator pushes the joist to the ground with his arms hairy.
尽被烧伤，典韦回马来救，恰好夏侯渊一到，两个同救起曹操，突火而出。操乘渊马，典韦杀条大路而走，直混战到天明，操方回寨。
After being burned, Jian Wei returned to his horse to rescue him, but Xia Hoyuan also arrived. The two rescued Qiao Qiao together and came out of the fire. Riding on Yuan's horse, Jian Wei walked on the main road. The melee continued until dawn, when Qiao Fang returned to the stronghold.
众将拜服问安操仰面笑曰：“误中匹夫之计，吾必当报之。”郭嘉曰：“计可速发。”操曰：“今只将计就计，诈言我被火伤，已经身死。”
All the generals bowed down and asked in Qiao. He looked up and smiled and said, "I fell into a common man's plan by mistake, and I will definitely retaliate." Guo Jia said, "The plan can be carried out quickly." Qiao said, "Now I will just follow the plan. I lied that I was injured by the fire, and it has already been done." Death.
"不必引兵来攻我，伏兵于马陵山中，后其兵半渡而击之，不可擒矣。”迎曰：“真良策也。”于是令军士挂孝发丧，诈言操死。
Bubai led his troops to attack me and ambushed my troops in the Mailing Mountains. I waited for his troops to cross halfway and attack them. Bu Ku captured them. Ing said, "What a good strategy." So he ordered the sergeant to pay mourning tribute and falsely promised to die.
"早有人来濮阳报吕布，说曹操被火烧伤肢体，到寨身死。部遂点起军马，杀奔马陵山来。将到操寨，一声鼓响，伏兵四起。吕布死战得脱。”
Someone had already come to Puyang to report to Lu Bu that Qiao Qiao's limbs were burned by fire and he died in the stronghold. Bu Sui ordered his troops and horses to kill and rush to Mailing Mountain. When they were about to arrive at Qiao village, a drum sounded and ambushes appeared everywhere. Lu Bu fought to the death and escaped.
"折了好些人马，败回濮阳，坚守不出。是年蝗虫忽起，食尽河道。关东一境，每谷一斛，值钱50贯，人民相食。曹操因军中粮尽。”
He lost many men and horses and was defeated back to Puyang, unable to hold on. That year locusts suddenly appeared and ate up all the rice. In the territory of Guangdong, 1 dendrobium for every grain and 50 guan of money is given to the people to feed each other. Qiao Qiao's army ran out of food.
"引兵回鄄城，暂驻吕布，亦引兵出屯山阳救时。因此二处权且罢兵。却说陶谦在徐州，时年已63岁，忽然染病，看看沉重，请迷逐。
Lu Bu led his troops back to Wanqing to stay temporarily. He also led his troops out to garrison Shanyang for food. Therefore, the two departments stopped their troops. but it was said that Tao Qian was in Shuzhou. He was 63 years old. He suddenly fell ill and felt heavy. Please invite me, Zhu.
陈登义士逐曰：曹兵之去，只为吕不袭兖州故也。今因岁荒罢兵，来春又必至矣。辅军两番欲让位于刘玄德，使辅军上强健，故玄德不肯受。
Chen Deng discussed the matter and said, "The departure of Chao's troops has stopped until Lu Bu attacked Yanzhou. Now he has stopped his troops because of the famine, and spring will come again." The king of the government twice wanted to give way to Lu Xuande. At that time, the king of the government was still strong, so Xian Virtue refuses to accept.
"今病已沉重，正可就此而与之，玄德不肯辞矣。谦大喜，使人来小沛，请刘玄德商议军务。玄德引官，张岱数十骑到徐州，陶谦教请入卧内。
Now that the illness has become severe, it is time to deal with it, but Xuande refuses to give up. Qian was overjoyed and sent people to Xiaopei. Lu Xuande was invited to discuss military affairs. Xuande led Guan and Zhang with dozens of horses to Shuzhou, and Tao Qian taught him to go into the bedroom.
玄德问安必谦曰：请玄德公来，不为别事，只因老夫病已危笃，朝夕难保，万望明公可怜汉家城池为重，授取徐州牌印，老夫死亦瞑目矣。
Xuande asked in Biqian and said, "I invite Mr. Xuande to come here for no other reason than that I am critically ill and cannot be saved day and night. I hope that Mr. Ming will take pity on the Han family's city and take the seal of Shuzhou. I will die in peace. That's it."
玄德曰：君有二子，何不传之？谦曰：长子商，次子婴，其才皆不堪任。老夫死后，犹望明公教诲，切勿令长周氏。玄德曰：
Xuande said, "You have 2 sons, why not pass them on?" Qian said, "The eldest son Shang and the second son Ning are both unworthy of their talents. After my death, I still hope for the guidance of Ming Gong and never let him take charge of the affairs of the state." Xuande said, "Say."
备一身安能，当此大任签约，谋举一人，可为公辅，系北海人，姓孙，名乾，字公佑。此人可使为从事。又谓糜竺曰：刘公当是人杰。
Be prepared for this great appointment. Qian Xian said, "A certain person can be an assistant to the public. He is from Beihai. His surname is Sun, his given name is Qian, and his courtesy name is Gongyu. This person can be employed." He also said to me, "Zhu, Lu Gong is a great person in the world."
汝当善事之玄德终是推脱，陶谦以手指心而死。众军举哀毕，即捧牌印交送玄德。玄德故辞。次日，徐州百姓拥集府前哭拜曰：
The Schwanda of your good deeds is ultimately a shirk, and Tao Qian died with his fingertips. After all the troops mourned, they handed the plaque and seal to Schwanda. Schwanda solid words. The next day, the people of Shuzhou crowded in front of the mansion and cried and worshipped.
刘使君若不领此郡，我等皆不能安生矣。关张二公亦再三相劝。玄德乃许权领徐州事，使孙乾、糜竺为辅，陈登为幕官，进取小沛军马入城。
If Lu Shijun doesn't lead this county, we won't be able to live in peace. Duke Guan and Zhang also urged each other again and again. Schwanda then promised Quan to take charge of Shuzhou affairs. He appointed Sun Qian and Mi Zhu as assistants, and Chen Deng as the official. He took all Xiaopei's troops and horses into the city.
出榜安民，一面安排丧事。玄德与大小军士尽皆挂孝，大设祭奠祭毕，葬于黄河之源。将陶谦仪表，深奏朝廷。操在鄄城，知陶谦已死。
The announcement was made to calm the people while arranging the funeral. Schwanda and all the sergeants, big and small, all paid filial piety, held a large memorial ceremony, and were buried in the plains of the Yellow River. Send Tao Qian's legacy to the imperial court. Cao Cao was in Wancheng and found out that Tao Qian was dead.
刘玄德领徐州牧大怒曰：“我仇未报，汝不费半箭之功，坐得徐州，吾必先杀刘备，后虏千师，以雪先君之愿。”即传号令，刻日起兵去打徐州。
Lu Schwanda led Shuzhou Mu and said angrily, "My revenge has not been avenged. You can seize Shuzhou without even using half an arrow. I will kill Liu Bei first, and then kill all the corpses to avenge the resentment of the previous emperor." He then sent an order to defeat him. On the same day, we raised troops to attack Shuzhou.
荀彧入见曰：“西高祖保关中，光武据河内，皆深根固本，以治天下。进足以胜敌，退足以坚守。故虽有困，终继大业。明公本守是兖州，且何？”
Sun Yu came to remonstrate and said, "In the past, Emperor Gaozu protected the pass and occupied Hanoi with military force. They both had deep roots and consolidated their bases to control the world. They advanced enough to defeat the enemy and retreated enough to hold on. Therefore, although there were difficulties, great achievements were finally achieved. Ming Gong's main mission was Yenzhou and River.
既乃天下之要地，是一西之关中，河内也。今若取徐州，多留兵则不足用，少留兵则吕布乘虚寇之，是无兖州也。若徐州不得，明公安所归乎？
Jinai is the most important place in the world, which is also Guangzhou and Hanoi in the past. If we take Shuzhou now, if we keep too many troops, they will not be enough. If we keep too few troops, Lu Bu will take advantage of the situation and attack them. There is no Yenzhou. If Shuzhou doesn't work, where will the Ming Public Security Bureau go?
今陶谦虽死，已有刘备守之。徐州之民，既以服备，必助备死战。明公弃兖州而取徐州，是弃大而救小，去本而求末，以安而易危也。愿孰思之？
Even though Tao Qian is dead now, Liu Bei is still there to guard him. The people of Shuzhou, now that they are ready, must help prepare for a deadly battle. When Ming Gong abandoned Yenzhou and took Shuzhou, he abandoned the big in favor of the small. I would like to think about it carefully.
操曰：“今岁荒乏粮，军士坐守于此，终非良策。”曰：“不如东略陈地，使军就使汝南、颍川。黄巾余党何宜？黄绍等劫掠州郡，多有金帛。”
Cao Cao said, "There is a shortage of food this year. It is not a good strategy for the soldiers to sit here. You said, it is better to seize the Qin territory in the east and send the army to Runan and Ningchuan. The remaining members of the Yellow Turban Party, He Yi, Huang Shao, and others, will rob looting the prefectures and counties. There was a lot of gold and silk.
粮食此等贼徒，又容易破，破而取其粮，以养三军。朝廷喜，百姓悦，乃顺天之事也。操喜，从之，乃留下侯惇、曹仁守鄄城等处。
Food is easily broken by thieves. If you break it and take the food to support the three armies, the court will be happy and the people will be happy. This is a matter of course. Chao was delighted, so he left Xiahodun and Chao Ren to guard Wansheng and other places.
自引兵先略陈地次、及汝、颍。黄巾何宜？黄绍之曹兵到，引众来迎，会于阳山。时贼兵虽众，都是狐群狗党，并无队伍行列。操令强弓硬弩射住。
Since we are leading the troops, we will first outline the order of places, including Ru and Ning. Huang Jinhe and Huang Shao knew that Chao's troops were arriving, so they led a crowd to greet them and met at Yangshan. Although there were many bandits at that time, they were just a gang of foxes and dogs, with no ranks or ranks. Chao ordered a strong bow and a hard crossbow to shoot.
令点为出马，何以令副元帅出战？不三合，被点为一戟刺于马下。操引众乘士赶过阳山下寨。次日，黄绍自引军来，镇原处一将步行出战。
He ordered the deputy marshal to go out to fight. He ordered Dian Wei to go out to fight. He failed to make 3 moves, and was stabbed under the horse by Dian Wei with a halberd. Cao Cao led the crowd to take advantage of the momentum and drove across Yangshan Mountain to the village. The next day, Huang Shao himself led the army. In the circle of the formation, a general goes out to fight on foot.
头裹黄金，身披绿袄，手提铁棒，大叫：“我乃劫天夜叉何曼也！谁敢与我厮刀？”曹洪见了，大喝一声，飞身下马，提刀不出，两下向阵前厮杀。
With his head wrapped in a yellow scarf and a green coat, he carried an iron rod and shouted, "I am Jia Tian Yiksha Himeni. Who dares to fight with me?" When Chao Hong saw it, he shouted loudly, dismounted from his horse, and stepped out with his sword in hand. Fighting in front of the formation twice.
40-50合胜负不分。曹洪诈败而走，何曼赶来，洪用拖刀被砍击，转身一穴，砍中何曼，再复一刀杀死。李典乘势飞马直入贼阵，黄绍不及提备。
There is no difference between 40 and 50. Chao Hong pretended to be defeated and left, but He Man came over. Hong slashed Ji with the back of his knife, turned around, hit He Man, and killed him with another knife. Li Dian took advantage of the momentum and flew straight into the bandit formation. Huang Shao didn't have time to make preparations.
被李典生擒活捉过来，曹兵掩杀贼众，夺其金帛，粮食无数。何一世孤引数百骑奔走葛皮，正行之间，山背后撞出一军，为头一个壮士。
He was captured alive by Li Dian and brought over. Chao's soldiers killed the thieves and took away countless gold, silk, and grain. He was alone and led hundreds of horses to Jepi. While walking, an army crashed out from behind the mountain. As the first strong man,
身长8尺，腰大10围，手提大刀，截住去路。何以挺枪出营，只一合，被那壮士活挟过去。余众着忙，皆下马受缚，被壮士尽驱入葛皮雾中。
He is 8 feet long, has a waist 10 feet wide, carries a large sword, and blocks the way. He held out his gun and stepped out to meet him, but he was snatched alive by the strong man. The rest of the people were busy, and they all dismounted and were bound, and were driven into Gabiwu by the strong men.
却说典韦追袭何一道葛皮壮士引军迎住。典韦曰：“汝亦黄金贼也。”壮士曰：“黄金数百骑，尽被我擒在屋内。”韦曰：“何不献出？”
But he said that Jianwei pursued he and led his troops to Jepi to meet him. Jianwei said, "Are you a yellow turban thief?" The strong man said, "I captured hundreds of yellow turban riders in the dock." Wei said, "Why not offer them up?"
壮士曰：“你若赢得手中宝刀，我便献出。”韦大怒，挺双戟向前来战。两个从臣至武，不分胜负，各自少些。不一时，那壮士又出诺战。
The strong man said, "If you win the sword in your hand, I will give it to you." Wei was furious, raised his halberds and came forward to fight. The two play from morning to noon, regardless of victory or defeat, and each takes a short rest. After a while, the strong man came out to fight again.
典韦一出，直战到黄昏，各因马乏暂止。典韦手下军土，飞报曹操。操大惊，忙引众将来看。次日，壮士又出诺战。操见其人威风凛凛，心中暗喜。
Jianwei also went out to fight until dusk, but they stopped because of lack of horses. Jianwei's troops flew to report to Cao Cao. Cao was shocked and hurriedly attracted everyone to see. The next day, the strong men went out to fight again. Cao Cao was secretly happy when he saw His Majesty.
吩咐典韦，今日且诈败。韦领命出战，战到30合，败走回阵。壮士赶到阵门中，弓弩射回。操即引军退5里，密使人掘下陷坑，暗伏勾手。次日，
Fanfu Jianwei pretended to be defeated today. Wei was ordered to go out to fight. When the battle was over, he was defeated and returned to the formation. The strong men rushed to the gate of the formation and fired back with their bows and crossbows. Cao hurriedly led the army back 5 miles, and secretly sent people to dig a trap and ambush Go Shou. The next day,
再令典韦引100余骑出，壮士笑曰：“败将何敢复来？”便纵马接战。典韦略战数合，便回马走。壮士只顾往前赶来，不提防连人带马。
Then he ordered Jianwei to lead more than 100 strong men on horseback and said with a smile, "How dare the defeated general come back?" Then he mounted his horse to engage in battle. After Jianwei had finished the battle, he returned to his horse and rode away. The strong man just looked ahead and rushed forward, not taking care of the man and his horse.
都落于陷坑之内，被勾手缚来见曹操。操下帐斥退军士， 亲解其父，即取一之，命作，问其相冠姓名。壮士曰：我乃谯国谯县人也，姓许。
They all fell into a trap and were bound by hooks to see Cao Cao. Cao lowered his tent and scolded the soldiers, and personally untied them. He hurriedly took his clothes and ordered him to sit down, asking him his hometown name. The strong man said, I am from Chao County, Chao State, and my surname is Su.
明楚字仲康，相遭寇乱，聚宗族数百人，筑坚壁于雾中以御之。一日寇至，吾令众人多取石子准备，吾亲自飞石击之，无不中者，寇乃退去。
His name is Chu and his courtesy name is Zhongkang. Xiang was attacked by bandits, so he gathered hundreds of people from his clan and built a strong wall in the dock to protect him. One day, when the invaders arrived, I ordered everyone to get more stones and prepare them. I personally threw stones at them and hit them all, and the invaders retreated.
又一日寇至雾中无粮，遂与贼合，约以耕牛换米。米已送到，贼驱牛至雾外，牛皆奔走回还，被我双手掣二牛尾，倒行100余步。贼大惊。
Another day the bandits came to the dock and there was no food, so they made peace with the thieves and agreed to trade cattle for rice. The rice had been delivered, and the thieves drove the cattle outside the dock. The cattle all ran back, but I grabbed 2 of their tails with both hands and walked backwards for more than 100 steps. The thief was shocked.
不敢取牛而走，因此保守此处无事。操曰：“吾闻大名久矣，还肯降否？”楚曰：“故所易也。”遂招引宗族数百人俱降。操拜许褚为都尉。
I didn't dare to take the cattle and leave, so I kept this place safe. Cao Cao said, I have heard of his great name for a long time. Are you still willing to surrender? Chu said, it's what you want to do. Then he invited hundreds of people from the clan to surrender. Cao worshipped Su Chu as the captain.
赏劳甚厚，随将合宜，黄少斩弃。汝颍西平，曹操班师，曹仁、夏侯惇接见，言近日细作报说，兖州薛兰、李丰军士皆出掳掠，诚意空虚。
The reward for the work was very generous, so He Yi and Huang Shao were killed. Ru, Ing Shiping. Cao Cao's squadron was met by Cao Ren and Xiahou Dun, who reported in detail in recent days. Xue Lan and Li Feng sergeants in Yenzhou have all gone out to plunder, and the city is empty.
可引得胜之兵，攻之一鼓可下。操遂引军径奔商州。薛兰、李丰出其不意， 只得引兵出城迎战。许褚曰：“吾愿取此二人，以为制剑之礼。”
It can lead the victorious soldiers to attack with just one drum. Chao then led his army to Shangzhou. Xuelon and Li Feng were caught by surprise and had to lead their troops out of the city to fight. Su Chu said, "I would like to take these two people as a gift to Ji."
曹大喜遂令出战，李丰使华戟向前来迎，交马两合，许褚斩李丰于马下。薛兰急走回阵，吊桥边李典拦住。薛兰不敢回城，引军投巨野而去。
Chao was overjoyed and ordered to go to war. Li Feng drew his halberd and came forward to greet him. When the two horses were handed over, Su Chu beheaded Li Feng and put him under the horse. Xuelon hurriedly walked back to the formation, but Li Dian stopped him at the suspension bridge. Xuelon did not dare to return to the city and led his army into Jui.
却被吕虔飞马赶来，一箭射于马下，军皆溃散。曹操复得兖州，程昱便请进兵取濮阳。操令许褚、典韦为先锋，夏侯惇、夏侯渊为左军，李典。
However, Lu Qian's flying horse came up and shot an arrow at the foot of the horse, causing the army to collapse. When Cao Cao regained control of Yanzhou, Qing Yu invited troops to take Puyang. Cao ordered Su Chu and Dian Wei to be the vanguard, Xiahou Dun and Xia Hoyuan to be the left army, and Li Dian and
乐进为右军操自领中军，于禁、吕虔为合后。兵至濮阳，吕不韦自将出营，陈宫见不可出战，待众将聚会后方可。吕布曰：“吾怕谁来？”
Lu Jin led the central army for the right army, and Eugene and Lu Qian joined forces. When the troops arrived in Puyang, Lu Bu wanted to go out to meet him, but Chen Gong admonished him, "Don't go out to fight. Wait until all the generals have gathered together." Lu Bu said, "Who am I afraid of coming?"
遂不听公言，引兵出阵，横戟大骂。许褚便出，斗20合，不分胜负。操曰：“吕布非一人可胜。”便差典韦助战，两将夹攻，左边夏侯惇。
Then he ignored the palace's words and led the troops out of the battle, throwing halberds and cursing. Su Chu came out. In a 20-match fight, there is no winner or loser. Cao Cao said, "Lu Bu can't win alone." He sent Dian Wei to help him in the battle, and the two generals attacked, Xiahou Dun on the left.
夏侯渊右边李典跃进其道，六员想共攻吕布，不遮拦不住，拨马回城。城上田氏见不败回，即令人拽起吊桥。 部大叫：“开门！”田氏曰：
Li Dian and Eugene arrived on Xiahou Yuan's right, and the 6 men attacked Lu Bu together. Bu Jia couldn't stop him and turned his horse back to the city. On the city, Tian family saw that Bu was defeated and returned, so he hurriedly asked people to pull up the suspension bridge. Bu shouted, "Open the door." Tian said,
吴以降曹将军以不大骂，引军奔定陶而去。陈宫即开东门，保护吕布老小出城。操遂得濮阳，恕田氏旧日之罪。刘烨曰：“吕布乃猛虎也。”
I have surrendered to General Chao. Yebu cursed and led the army to Dingtao. Chen Palace hurriedly opened the east gate to protect Lu Bu and his family from leaving the city. Chao then captured Puyang and forgave Tian's old sins. Lu Yi said, "Lu Bu is a fierce tiger."
今日困乏不可少容，操令刘烨等守濮阳，自己引军赶至定陶，使吕布与张邈、张超尽在城中。高顺、张辽、臧霸、侯成勋还打粮未回。
Being tired today is indispensable. Chao ordered Lu Yi and others to guard Puyang, and he led the army to Dingtao. At that time, Lu Bu, Zhang Miao, and Zhang Chao were all in the city. Gao Shun, Zhang Liao, Zhang Ba, and Ho Cheng were patrolling the sea to collect grain and had not returned.
操军至定陶，连日不战，引军退40里下寨。正值季郡麦熟，操即令军割麦为食。细作报之吕布，不引军赶来。将近操寨，见左边一望林木茂盛。
Cao Cao's army reached Dingtao without fighting for several days, and then retreated 40 miles to the stronghold. It is the time when the wheat in Jijuan is ripe. Chao immediately ordered the army to cut wheat for food. The details were reported to Lu Bu, who led the army to come. Approaching Chao village, I saw lush trees on the left.
恐有伏兵而回，操之步军回去，乃谓诸将曰：“不疑林中有伏兵耳，可多插旌旗于林中以疑之。寨西一带长堤，无水，可尽伏精兵。”
Fearing that there might be an ambush, Cao Cao knew that the troops were returning, so he told the generals, "If you suspect that there is an ambush in the forest, you can put more flags in the forest to make it more suspicious. There is a long embankment in the west of the village, and there is no water, so you can ambush all the elite troops."
明日吕布必来烧林堤中军断其后，不可擒矣。于是只留鼓手50人于寨中擂鼓，将村中掳来男女在寨内呐喊。精兵多伏堤中。
Tomorrow Lu Bu will come and burn the forest embankment to cut off the army behind them, and Bu Ku can capture them. So 50 drummers were left to beat the drums in the stronghold, and the men and women from the village were captured to shout in the stronghold. Many elite soldiers lay in the embankment.
却说吕布回报陈宫公曰：“操多诡计，不可轻敌。”布曰：“吾用火攻，可破伏兵。”乃留陈宫、高顺守城。布次日引大军来。
But Lu Bu reported back to Chen Gonggang and said, "You must not underestimate the enemy because of his many tricks." Bu said, "I can break the ambush by attacking with fire." He left Qinggong and Gao Shun to defend the city. Bu led the army to come the next day.
遥见林中有骑驱兵大进，四面放火，竟无一人。欲投寨中，却闻鼓声大震。正自疑惑不定，忽然寨后一彪军出，吕布纵马赶来，炮响绰。
I saw flags in the forest in the distance, driving troops forward, setting fires on all sides, but no one was there. When he was about to throw himself into the stronghold, he heard the sound of drums and a loud earthquake. Just as he was doubting himself, suddenly a large army came out from behind the stronghold. Lu Bu came on horseback. Where the cannon sounded,
堤内伏兵进出夏侯惇、夏侯渊、许褚、典韦、李典，越境骤马杀来。吕布料敌不过，落荒而走。从将成连被越境一箭射死。步军三亭去了二亭。
Xiahou Dun, Xiahou Yuan, Su Chu, Dian Wei, Li Dian, and Eugene all came out from the ambush on the embankment to kill them suddenly. Lu Bu couldn't defeat him and ran away in despair. Songjiang Qing Lian was shot to death by Eugene with an arrow. The Bu army stopped 3 times and then stopped 2 times.
"败卒回报陈公公曰：“空城难守，不若急去。”遂与高顺保着吕布老小，弃定逃而走。曹操将得胜之兵杀入城中，势如劈竹。张超自刎。
The defeated soldiers reported back to Chen Gonggang and said, "It's difficult to defend the empty city, so it's better to leave in a hurry." So he and Gao Shun protected Lu Bu and his son, abandoned Ding Tao, and left. Cao Cao led the victorious troops into the city with a force like splitting bamboo. Zhang Chao committed suicide.
"张邈投袁术，去了山东一境，尽被曹操所得，安民修城，不在话下。”却说吕布正走，逢诸将皆回，陈宫亦已寻着。不曰：“吴军虽少。”
Zhang Miao defected to Yuan Shu and went to Shandong. where he was captured by Cao Cao. Announcing the people and building the city is no longer a problem. But he said that Lu Bu was leaving when all the generals came back. Qin Gong has also found it. Bu said, although our army is small.
尚可破曹，遂在引军来。正是兵家胜败真常事，卷甲重来未可知。不知吕布胜负如何，且听下文分解。第13回，李榷郭汜打交兵。
If Cao can still be defeated, he will lead the army again. Exactly. Victory or defeat is a common occurrence for military strategists, but it is unknown whether the armor will come back again. I don't know whether Lu Bu wins or loses, but let me break it down below. Chapter 13, Li Ju and Guosi's Great Battle.
杨凤董成双救驾，却说曹操大破吕布于定陶，不乃收集败残军马于海滨，众将皆来会集，欲再与曹操决战。陈宫曰：“今曹兵势大，未可与争。”
Yang Feng and Dong Qingshuang rescued him. However, it was said that Cao Cao defeated Lu Bu in Ding. Tao Bu then gathered the defeated army and horses on the seashore. All the generals came to gather and wanted to fight Cao Cao again. Qin Gong said, Cao Cao's army is now strong and we can't compete with him.
先寻取安身之地，那时再来未迟。不曰：“吾欲再投袁绍，何如？”公曰：“先使人往冀州探听消息，然后可去。”不从之。
It's not too late to find a place to settle down first. Bu said, I want to join Yuan Shao again. What should I do? Gong said, first send people to Jizhou to inquire about the news, and then you can go. Bu followed it.
"且说袁绍在冀州闻知曹操与吕布相持，谋士沈沛进曰：“吕布豺虎也，若得兖州，必图冀州。不若助操攻之，方可无患。”
It is also said that when Yuan Shao heard about the stalemate between Cao Cao and Lu Bu in Jizhou, his advisors came in and said, Lu Bu is a jackal and a tiger. If you get Yanzhou, you will definitely attack Jizhou. If you don't help Cao Cao attack it, you will be safe.
绍遂遣颜良将兵5万往助曹操，细作探知这个消息，飞报吕布。布大惊，与陈宫商议。公曰：“闻刘玄德新领徐州，可往投之。”不从其言。
Shao then sent Yan Liang to send 50,000 troops to help Cao Cao. Careful investigation was carried out to find out the news and report to Lu Bu. Bu was shocked and disgusted with Qin Gong. Gong said, I heard that Lu Xuanda has newly taken charge of Shuzhou, so you can go and join him. Bu followed his words and said,
径投徐州来，有人报之玄德。玄德曰：“不乃当今英勇之士，可出迎之。”糜竺曰：“吕布乃虎狼之徒，不可收留，收则伤人矣。”玄德曰：
Someone came to Suzhou to report to Schwanda. Schwanda said, Bu is a brave man today. You can go out to meet him. Miju said, Lu Bu is a tiger and a wolf. You cannot take him in. If you take him in, you will hurt others. Schwanda said,
前者非不喜兖州，怎解此郡之祸？今彼穷而投我，岂有他信？张飞曰：“哥哥心肠忒好，虽然如此，也要准备。”玄德领众出城30里。
If the former had not launched an attack on Yenzhou, how could we have solved the disaster in this county? Now that he is poor and has turned to me, how could he have other intentions? Zhang Fei said, My brother is very kind-hearted. Even so, we must be prepared. Schwanda led the crowd out of the city for 3 days, 10 miles.
接着，吕布并马入城，都到州衙厅上讲礼毕，坐下。不曰：“某自与王司徒计杀董卓之后，又遭却，四之变，飘零关东，诸侯多不能相容。”
Then Lu Bu entered the city with his horse. They all went to the state government office, finished the ceremony, and sat down. Bu said, Since I and Wang Situ planned to kill Dong Zhuo, I was also revolted by Zhu and Si, and I drifted to the east of Guangdong. There were many feudal lords who couldn't get along with each other.
晋因曹贼部人侵犯徐州，蒙使君力救陶谦，不因袭兖州以分其势，不料反堕奸计，败兵浙江。今投使君，共图大事，未审尊意如何？玄德曰：
Recently, Cao Cao's thieves invaded Suzhou unkindly, and the emperor was sent to rescue Tao Qian. Bu Yin attacked Yenzhou to divide his power. Unexpectedly, he fell into a treacherous plan and was defeated. Now I am envoying you to work together to achieve great things. What do you think of your wishes? Schwanda said.
陶使君心事无人管领徐州，因令备权摄州事。今幸将军至此，何当相让？遂将牌印送与吕布。吕布却待要接，只见玄德背后关。
Tao Shijun has recently passed away and there is no one to take charge of Suzhou, so he ordered Bei to take charge of the affairs of the state. Fortunately, the general is here, so we should give in. Then he gave the seal to Lu Bu. Lu Bu was about to pick him up when he saw Schwanda behind him.
张二公各有怒色，不乃杨笑曰：“谅吕布一勇夫，何能作周牧乎？”玄德又让。陈宫曰：“强兵不压主，请便军勿疑。”玄德方止，遂设宴相待。
Zhang Ergong was both angry, but Bunai pretended to smile and said, "How can a brave man like Lu Bu be made a state pastor?" Xuanda gave in again. Chen Gong said, "Forcing a guest will not overpower the Lord. Please do not doubt me." Xuanda stopped. Then they held a banquet to treat each other.
收拾宅院安下。次日，吕布回席请玄德，玄德乃与关张同往，饮酒至半酣，不请玄德入后堂，关张随入，不令妻女出拜玄德。
After tidying up the house and settling down, the next day, Lu Bu went back to the banquet to invite Xuanda, who went with Guan and Zhang. After drinking until he was half drunk, he invited Xuanda to enter the back hall, followed by Guan and Zhang. Bu ordered his wife and daughter to go out to worship Xuanda.
玄德再三谦让不约，贤弟不必推让。张飞听了，瞠目大斥曰：“我哥哥是金枝玉叶，你是何等人，敢称我哥哥为贤弟？你来！”
Xuanda humbly gave in to Bu again and said, "Young brother, you don't have to give in." Zhang Fei heard this and yelled, "My brother is a golden branch and jade leaf. What kind of person are you? You dare to call my brother a good brother? Come on."
我和你斗300合，玄德连忙喝住。关公劝飞出。玄德与吕布陪话曰：“列弟酒后狂言，兄勿见责。”布默然无语。须臾席散，布送玄德出门。
I fight with you for 300 flowers. Xuanda drank quickly and Guan Gong persuaded him to fly out. Xuanda chatted with LV Bu and said, "I am a bad brother who talks arrogantly after drinking. Please don't blame me." Bu was speechless. The seats dispersed in a moment. Bu sent Xuanda out.
张飞跃马横枪而来，大叫：“吕布，我和你并300合！”玄德急令关公劝止。次日，吕布来辞玄德曰：“蒙使君不弃，但恐令弟辈不能相容。”
Zhang Fei leapt on his horse and came with his spear across the horse, shouting, "Lu Bu! I will fight with you 300 times." Xuanda urgently ordered Guan Gong to stop him. The next day, Lu Bu came to say goodbye to Xuanda and said, "I will not abandon you, but I am afraid that your younger brothers will not be able to get along with you."
不当别头他处玄德曰：“将军若去，某罪大矣。列弟冒犯，令日当今陪话。进一小沛， 乃被昔日屯兵之处。将军不嫌浅狭，权且歇马，如何？
Schwanda said, "If the general goes away, he will commit a serious crime. If you are a bad brother, I will talk to you tomorrow." Xiaopei, a nearby town, is where we used to station troops. The general does not mind being too narrow-minded, so he has the power to rest. Horse, how about it?
梁士军须紧当应付。吕布谢了玄德，自引军投小沛安身去了。玄德自去埋怨张飞不提，却说曹操平了山东，表奏朝廷。
Food and military supplies must be met with caution. Lu Bu thanked Schwanda and led his army to Xiaopei to settle down. Schwanda went to complain about Zhang Fei without complaining. Instead, he said that Cao Cao had defeated Shandong and reported to the court.
加操为建德将军费亭侯，其实李榷自为大司马，郭汜自为大将军，横行无忌，朝廷无人敢言。太尉杨彪、大司农朱倔暗奏献帝曰：
Jia Chao was the Jinda general and Fei Tingho. At that time, Li Ju was the Grand Sima and Guo Bin was the Grand General. They acted unscrupulously and no one in the court dared to speak out. Taiwei Yang Biao and Grand Secretary Nong Zhu Jun secretly reported to the emperor.
今曹操拥兵20余万，谋臣武将数十员。若得此人扶持社稷，剿除奸党，天下幸甚。献帝泣曰：“朕被二贼欺凌久矣，若得诛之，诚为大幸。”
Currently, Cao Cao has more than 200,000 troops and dozens of advisors and generals. If he can support the country and eradicate the traitors, the world will be very lucky. Emperor Xian cried and said, "I have been bullied by the two thieves for a long time. If I can punish him, I will do my best. Great luck."
彪奏曰：“臣有一计，先令二贼自相残害，然后召曹操引兵杀之，扫清贼党，以安朝廷。”献帝曰：“计将安出？”彪曰：“闻郭汜之妻罪妒。”
Biao reported, "I have a plan. I will order the two thieves to kill each other first, and then order Cao Cao to lead troops to kill them, and clear out the thieves' party, so as to stabilize the court." Emperor Xian said, "The plan will be settled." Biao said, "I heard that Guo Chao Si's wife is the most jealous."
可令人于4、7处用反间计，则二贼自相害矣。帝乃书密诏付杨彪，彪即暗使夫人以他事入郭汜府，乘间告汜妻曰：
But someone can use counterintuitive tactics on Si's wife, so that the two thieves will harm each other. The emperor then wrote a secret edict to Yang Biao. Biao then secretly sent his wife to Guo Si's house to discuss other matters, and told Si's wife during the intervening period.
文郭将军与李司马夫人有染其情甚密，倘司马知之，必遭其害。夫人宜绝其往来为妙。四七亚曰：怪见他惊宿不归，却干出如此无耻之事。
I heard that General Guo was having an affair with Mrs. Li Sima, and they were very close. If Sima knew about it, he would be harmed. Madam, it would be best to keep him away. Si's wife was surprised and said, It's strange to see him not coming back after a long stay. But he did it. Such a shameless thing.
非夫人言妾不知也，当慎防之。标妻告归，四妻再三称谢而别。过了数日，郭汜又将往李榷府中饮宴。七月，确幸不测，况今两雄不并立。
If you are not a madam, you don't know how to be a concubine. Beware of this. Biao's wife returned home, and Si's wife thanked her again and left. A few days later, Guo Si was going to have a banquet at Li Ju's house again. His wife said, Ju's nature is unpredictable, and now the two heroes are not side by side.
倘比酒后致毒妾将奈何？四不肯听，妻再三劝住。至晚间，却使人送酒言至。四妻乃按制毒于中，方使陷入，四便欲食。七曰：食自外来。
What will happen if he gets drunk and takes a poisonous concubine? Si refused to listen, and his wife repeatedly persuaded him to stop. In the evening, Ju sent people to bring a banquet. Si's wife secretly put poison in it before offering it to Si, and Si wanted to eat. His wife said, Food comes from outside.
岂可辨识乃先于犬视之，犬立死。自此四心怀疑。一日朝罢，李榷力邀郭汜赴家饮宴，至夜席散，四醉而归，偶然腹痛。妻曰：必中其毒矣。
If you can eat it, test it with the dog first, and the dog will die immediately. Since then I have been suspicious. After the court one day, Li Ju invited Guo Si to his home for a banquet. At night after the banquet was over, Si came home drunk and occasionally suffered from abdominal pain. The wife said, I must be poisoned.
即令将粪之灌之一土方定。四大怒曰：吾与李榷共图大事，今无端预谋害我，我不先发，必遭毒手。遂密整本部甲兵，欲攻李榷。
Urgent order to pour the fecal juice and spit it out. Si was furious and said, Li Ju and I are planning a big thing together, and now they are trying to harm me for no reason. If I don't attack first, I will be killed." Then he secretly organized his troops to attack Li Ju.
早有人报之，却亦大怒曰：“郭阿多安敢如此！”遂点本部甲兵来杀郭汜。两处合兵数万，就在长安城下混战，城市掳掠居民。
Someone had already reported that Ju Ju was furious and said, "How dare Guoduan do this?" Then he ordered his troops to kill Guosi. Tens of thousands of soldiers from the two places joined forces, and they fought in a melee under Chang'an city, taking advantage of the situation to plunder the residents.
却指李先引兵围住宫苑，用车二乘，一乘在天子，一乘在福皇后，使贾诩、左灵间押车驾，其余宫人内侍并皆不走。拥出后宰门，正遇郭汜兵到。
Li Siam, Ju's nephew, led his troops to surround the palace courtyard and used 2 chariots, one to carry the emperor and the other to carry the queen. He ordered Jia Su and Zuoling to supervise the chariot. The rest of the palace servants walked on foot. After rushing out of Haozaman, they met Guosi's soldiers arriving.
"乱箭齐发，射死宫人不知其数。李傕随后掩杀，郭汜兵退，车驾冒险出城，不由分说，竟拥到李傕营中。郭汜领兵入关，尽强掳宫嫔才女入营。
Arrows were fired at random, killing countless people in the palace. Li Ju then covered up the killing. Guosi's troops retreated, and the charioteers ventured out of the city. Without explanation, they swarmed into Li Ju's camp. Guosi led his troops into the army and captured all the concubines and brought them into the camp.
"放火烧宫殿，次日，郭汜知李傕劫了天子，领军来营前厮杀，帝后都受惊恐。后人有诗叹之曰：光武中兴兴汉室，上下相承12帝。"
The day after setting fire to the palace, Guosi learned that Li Ju had robbed the emperor and led his troops to fight in front of the camp. The emperor and empress were frightened. Later generations wrote a poem that said, Guangwu Zhongxing revitalized the Han dynasty, and the 12 emperors succeeded each other.
"桓灵吴道宗摄堕烟尘，擅权为书记。吴谋和进作三公，御厨射蜀招奸雄。柴塔虽驱虎狼入，西周逆数生淫凶。王允赤心脱红粉。"
Huanling's Wudao sect fell into the position of eunuch and became Shuji. How can one enter into the role of Sangong without any plan? If he wants to get rid of the rats in the society, he will recruit traitors. Although jackals and otters drive away tigers and wolves, in Shizhou there is evil and lust. Wang Yun holds the red powder with his heart.
致令董吕成矛盾瞿癸忝灭天下宁，谁知礼郭心怀愤。神州荆棘争奈何，六宫饥馑愁干戈。人心既离天命去，英雄割据分山河。
As a result, Dong, Lu, and Sheng were in conflict and Chu Kuei destroyed Ning in the world. Who knew that Li Guo was angry? China is struggling with thorns, but the sixth palace is hungry and worried about fighting. When people's hearts are separated from their destiny, heroes divide the mountains and rivers.
后王归此存精液末把金瓯等闲缺，生灵糜烂肝脑涂，圣水残山多怨血。我观已始不胜悲，今古茫茫叹蜀离。人君当守包桑界。
The queen stipulates that you should be diligent and don't leave the golden pot unused. The living beings are rotten, their livers and brains are smeared, leaving water and mountains full of resentment and blood. I feel extremely sad when I look at the heritage and history, and sigh at the loss of the past and present. You should abide by the Bud Mulberry precepts.
太阿谁知全刚为？却说郭汜兵到，李榷出营接战。四军不利，暂且退去。却乃一地后车驾于眉雾，使之李先兼之，断绝内史，饮食不济。
Tai A, who was in charge of Quan Gangwei, said that Guoxi's troops had arrived and Li Ju went out to fight. Xi's army is at a disadvantage and retreats for the time being. Zhu then moved the emperor's queen's chariot to Shiwu and sent his nephew Li Xian to supervise him. He cut off his internal envoys and stopped eating and drinking.
世臣皆有鸡色地，令人问却取米五斛，牛骨五具，以次左右。却怒曰：“朝夕上饭，何诱他求？”乃以腐肉朽粮与之，皆臭不可食。帝骂曰：
The courtiers were all hungry. The emperor asked Zhu to ask for 5 dendrobiums of rice and 5 ox bones to give to the left and right. Zhu said angrily, "Why should he ask for food if it is served day and night?" So he gave it rotten meat and rotten food, which was all smelly and inedible. The emperor scolded.
逆贼直如此相欺，侍中杨齐急奏曰：“确性残暴，事事至此，陛下且忍之，不可应其风也。”帝乃低头无语，泪盈袍袖。忽左右报曰：
The rebels have been bullying each other like this. Yang Qi, one of the servants, hurriedly reported, "Zhu is cruel in nature. The situation has reached this point. Your Majesty, please bear with it and do not take advantage of it." The emperor lowered his head and was speechless, with tears filling his sleeves. Suddenly he reported to the left and right.
有一路军马枪刀映日，金鼓震天，前来救驾。帝叫打听是谁，乃郭汜也。帝心转忧，只闻屋外喊声大起，原来李榷引兵出迎郭汜。
An army with horses, spears, swords reflecting the sun, and golden drums shaking the sky, came to rescue us. The emperor asked who it was, and it was Guo Si. The emperor's heart turned worried. I heard loud shouts outside the dock. It turned out that Li Ju led his troops to meet Guo Si.
边指郭汜而骂曰：“我待你不薄，你如何谋害我？”汜曰：“儿乃反贼，如何不杀你？”却曰：“我保驾在此，何为反贼？”汜曰：“此乃劫驾。”
The whip pointed at Guo Si and scolded him, "I've treated you well. How could you try to kill me?" Si said, "You are a traitor. Why don't you kill you?" Ju said, "I'm here to protect you. What's the point of being a traitor?" Si said, "This is a robbery."
何为保驾？却曰：“不须多言，我两个各不许用军事，只自并输赢，赢的便把皇帝取去罢了。”二人便就阵前厮杀，战到10合，不分胜负。
He Weijian said, "No need to say more. Neither of us is allowed to use sergeants. We can only decide who wins and loses. The winner will take the emperor." The two of them went to fight in front of the battle. Fight till the end. No matter who wins or loses.
只见杨彪拍马而来，大叫：“二位将军少谢！老夫特邀众官来与二位讲和。”却汜乃各自还营。杨彪与朱俊会合朝廷官僚60余人。
I saw Yang Biao clapped his horse and shouted, "You two generals, please rest. I have specially invited all the officials to come and make peace with you two." Ju and Bin then returned to camp respectively. Yang Biao and Zhu Jun met with more than 60 court officials.
先诣郭汜营中，劝和郭汜竟将众官进行监下。众官曰：“我等为好而来，何乃如此相待？”汜曰：“李榷劫天子，偏我劫不得公卿。”杨彪曰：
First, he went to Guo Si's camp to persuade him to make peace. Guo Si actually put all the officials in prison. The officials said, "We came here for good reasons. Why do we treat each other like this?" Bin said, First, he went to Guo Si's camp to persuade him to make peace. Guo Si actually put all the officials in prison. The officials said, "We came here for good reasons. Why do we treat each other like this?" Bin said, Li Ju robbed the emperor, but I couldn't rob the minister. Yang Biao said.
一劫天子，一劫公卿，意欲何为？四大怒，便拔剑欲杀彪。中郎将杨密力劝，四乃放了杨彪、朱俊，其余都监在营中。彪谓俊曰：
What do you want from the emperor and the minister? Si was furious and drew his sword to kill Biao. The commander-in-chief Yang Mi urged Bin to release Yang Biao and Zhu Jun, while the rest were imprisoned in the camp. Biao said to Jun,
为社稷之臣，不能匡君救主，空生天地间耳。言讫，相抱而哭，昏厥于地。俊归家成病而死。自此之后，却似每日厮杀，一连50余日。
As a minister of the country, I cannot help the king and save the Savior, so I live in vain between heaven and earth. After saying this, they hugged each other and cried, fainting to the ground. June returned home and fell ill and died. From then on, Ju and Si fought every day for more than 50 days.
"死者不知其数，却说李榷平日最喜左道妖邪之术，常使女巫击鼓降神于军中。贾诩屡谏不听。侍中杨琦密奏帝曰：臣观贾诩虽为李榷负心。
The number of the dead is unknown, but it is said that Li Ju was most fond of the evil arts of the left way, and often made witches beat drums to cast spirits in the army. Jia Su refused to listen to his repeated advice. Attendant Yang Qi secretly reported to the emperor, I see that although Jia Su is Li Ju's confidant,
"然时未尝望君陛下当与谋之。正说之间，贾诩来到，帝乃平退左右，泣欲许曰：卿能连汉朝，救朕命乎？许拜服于帝曰：故臣所愿也。
However, I have never forgotten that your majesty should plan for it. While he was talking, Jia Su arrived. The emperor retreated to the left and right sides, crying and saying to Su, Can you have mercy on the Han dynasty and save my life? Su prostrated himself on the ground and said, This is what I wish.
"陛下且勿言臣自图之。帝收泪而谢。少顷，李榷来见，带剑而入。帝面如土色，却谓帝曰：郭汜不臣，监禁公卿，欲劫陛下。
Your Majesty, don't tell me that I have my own plans. The emperor shed his tears and thanked him. After a while, Li Ju came to see him and came in with a sword. The emperor's face was earthy. Ju said to the emperor, Guasi is not a minister, imprisoned the minister, and wants to rob your majesty.
非臣则驾被掳以地，拱手称谢，却乃出。时皇甫立入见地，帝之力能言，又与李榷同乡，赵始王两边谢和。立奉诏，走至四营说嗣。嗣曰：
Those who were not ministers were taken prisoner. The emperor bowed his hands and thanked him, and then he came out. At that time Huang Fuli came to see the emperor. The emperor knew that Li Ningyan was from the same hometown as Li Ju, so he ordered envoys to go to both sides to make peace. Li followed the imperial edict and went to Xi's camp to talk about Xi. Xi said,
如李榷送出天子，我便放出公卿。立即来见李榷曰：今天子以某是西凉人，与公同乡，特令某来劝和二公。嗣以奉诏，公意若何？却曰：
If Li Ju sends the emperor, I will release the prince. Li Ju came to see Li Ju and said, Today, I am from Xiliang and the same hometown as the prince, and I have specially ordered someone to come to persuade the two princes to make peace. I have received the imperial edict and it is public will. How? Ju said,
吾有败吕不知大公辅政4年，多助勋纪，天下共治。郭阿多到马贼尔，乃敢善结公卿，与我相抗，势必诛之。军事官我方略示众。
I have served in the government for 4 years with great achievements in defeating Lu Bu. I have made many achievements and the world knows it. Gua Adwa is a horse thief and a thief. He dares to rob the ministers and resists me. I swear to kill him. You, try to see our strategy. Everyone.
卒圣瓜多否立答曰：不然。昔有穷后羿视其善射，不思患难，以致灭亡。晋董太师之强，君所目见也。吕布受恩而反图之，思虚之间。
Gua Adwa was enough to win, and Fuli replied, No. In the past, Ho-Yi relied on his good shooting skills and did not think about the difficulties, which led to his destruction. In recent years, Taisher Dong was so strong that you saw it. Lu Bu accepted the favor and turned it over. Between beards.
头悬国门，则强固不足是矣。将军身为上将，持月仗节，子孙宗族皆居显位，国恩不可为不厚。今敦阿多结公卿，而将军结至尊。
If one's head hangs over the country's gate, it is not strong enough to rely on. As a general, he holds a machete and fights with integrity. His descendants and clans are all in prominent positions, and the country's favor is not unkind. Now Dun Adwa has robbed the minister, and the general has robbed the supreme one.
果谁轻谁重耶？李却大怒，拔剑斥曰：天子使汝来辱我乎？我先斩汝头。其都尉昶奉谏曰：今郭汜未除，而杀天使，则汜兴兵有名。
Li Ju was furious. He drew his sword and shouted, Did the emperor send you to humiliate me? I'll cut off your head first. The captain of the cavalry command admonished him in the field and said, Now that Guasi has not been eliminated, he kills the angel. Then Si will be famous for raising troops.
诸侯皆助之以贾诩亦力劝，却怒少息。许遂推皇甫谞出，谞大叫曰：李却不奉诏，欲弑君自立。侍中胡邈急止之曰：无出此言。
The princes all helped him, and Jia Su also urged him to stop his anger. Su then pushed Huang Fuli out. Li shouted loudly. Li Ju refused to obey the imperial edict and wanted to kill the emperor and establish himself. Hu Miao, the servant, stopped him urgently and said, I have never said this.
孔于身不利，力斥之曰：胡敬才，汝亦为朝廷之臣，如何负贼？君汝臣死，吾被李却所杀，乃分也。大骂不止。帝知之，即令皇甫谞回西凉。
Fearing that he would be disadvantaged, Li scolded him and said, Hu Jingkai, you are also a minister of the imperial court. How can you attach yourself to a thief? You humiliated your ministers and died, and I was killed by Li Ju, so that's what happened. The scolding continued. The emperor knew this and urgently ordered Huang Fuli to return to Shiliang.
却说李却之军大半是西凉人士，更赖枪兵围住，却被皇甫谞扬言于西凉人曰：李却谋反，从之者即为贼党，后患不浅。
But it was said that most of Li Ju's army were from Shiliang, and they relied on Chang's soldiers for help. However, Huang Fuli threatened the people of Shiliang and said, Li Ju conspired to rebel, and those who follow him will be a traitor and will cause serious troubles.
西凉人多有听吏之言，军心渐涣。却闻吏言，大怒，差虎奔王昌追之。昌知吏乃忠义之士，竟不往追，只回报曰：吏已不知何往矣。
Many people in Shiliang listened to Li's words and their military morale gradually weakened. When Ju heard Li's words, he was furious and sent Wang Chang to pursue him. Chang knew that Li was a loyal man, so he did not pursue him. He only reported back, Li doesn't know where he is going.
贾诩又密谕羌人曰：天子之汝等忠义，久战劳苦，密诏使汝还郡，后当有重赏。羌人正愿礼，却不予爵赏，遂听许言， 都引兵去。许又密奏帝曰：
Jia Su also secretly told the Cheng people, "The emperor knows that you are loyal and have worked hard in the war for a long time. He secretly ordered you to return to the county, and you will be rewarded with a heavy reward later." The Cheng people were complaining that Li Ju did not accept the reward, so they listened to Su's words and all cited them. "Soldiers go." Su also secretly told the emperor.
李却贪而无谋，今兵散心切，可以重决而之。帝乃降诏，封阙为大司马。阙喜曰：“此女巫降神祈祷之力也。”遂重赏女巫，却不赏军将。
Li Ju is greedy but has no plan. Now that his troops are distracted and timid, he can be baited by his noble title. The emperor issued an edict and made Ju the Grand Sima. Ju, she said, this which has the power of subjugation and prayer. So he rewarded the witch heavily, but not the general.
齐都尉杨凤大怒，谓宋果曰：“吾等出生入死，身冒矢石，攻反不及女巫也。”宋果曰：“何不杀此贼，以救天子？”凤曰：
Yang Feng, the cavalry captain, was furious and said to Song Gua, "We have been born and died, and our bodies have been exposed to arrows and stones, but our achievements are not as good as those of witches." Song Gua said, "Why not kill this thief to save the emperor?" Feng said,
你于中军放火为号，吾当引兵外应。二人约定是夜二更时分举事，不料其事不密，有人报之李却，却大怒，令人擒送，果先杀之。杨凤引兵在外。
"You set fire to the Chinese army as a signal, and I will lead the troops outside to respond." The two agreed to carry out the incident at the second watch of the night. Unexpectedly, the matter was not kept secret, and someone reported it to Li Ju. Ju was furious and ordered Song Gua to be captured and killed first. Yang Feng led his troops outside.
不见号火里，却自将兵出，恰与杨凤就寨中混战到4更。凤不胜，引军投西安去了。李却自此军事渐衰，更兼郭汜常来攻击，杀死者甚多。
When there was no sign of fire, Li Ju sent out his troops and happened to meet Yang Feng. They fought in the stronghold until the 4th watch. Unable to win, he led his troops to Xi'an. From then on, Li Ju's military power gradually declined. Moreover, Guasi often came to attack and killed many people.
胡人来报，张继统领大军自陕西来到，欲与二公谢和，声言如不从者，引兵击之。却便卖个人情， 先遣人赴张济军中许和。郭汜亦只得许诺。
Suddenly someone came to report that the army led by Zhang Ji has arrived from Shaanxi and wants to make peace with the two princes. If he refuses to obey, he will lead his troops to attack him. Zhu betrayed his personal favor and sent people to Zhang Ji's army in advance to promise peace. Guosi had no choice but to promise.
张继上表，请天子驾幸弘农。帝喜曰：“朕思东都久矣，今承此得还，乃万幸也。”诏封张继为骠骑将军，祭进粮食酒肉，供给百官。
Zhang Ji asked the emperor to visit Hongnong. The emperor rejoiced and said, "I have been thinking about the eastern capital for a long time. It is a great blessing that I can return here now." The imperial edict made Zhang Ji a hussar general. The government supplies food, wine, and meat to all officials.
四方公卿出营阙收拾车驾东行，前就有御林军数百，持戟护送。栾舆过新丰，至霸陵，时值秋天，金风骤起，忽闻喊声大作。
Sifang Gongqing left the camp to pack up his carriage and drive eastward. He sent hundreds of old forest guards to escort him with halberds. Guanyu passed Xinfeng and arrived at Beiling. It was autumn and the golden wind suddenly rose. Suddenly I heard a loud shout.
"数百军兵来至桥上，拦住车驾，厉声问曰：“来者何人？”侍中杨琦拍马上桥曰：“圣驾过此，谁敢拦阻？”有二将出曰：“吾等奉郭将军命。”
Hundreds of soldiers came to the bridge to stop the driver and asked sternly, "Who is coming?" Yang Qi, the attendant, patted his horse on the bridge and said, "The holy driver is passing here. Who dares to stop him?" Two generals came out and said, "We are here to serve you." General Guo ordered.
"把守此桥，以防奸细。既云圣驾，须亲见帝，方可准信。”杨琦高接珠帘。帝谕曰：“朕功在此，清何不退？”众将皆呼万岁，分于两边。
Guard this bridge to prevent spies. Since Yunsheng is driving, you must see the emperor in person before you can believe it. Yang Qi raised the bead curtain. The emperor said, "I am bowing here. Why don't you retreat?" All the generals shouted, "Long live," and divided themselves on both sides.
"驾乃得过二将回报郭汜曰：“驾已去矣。”汜曰：“我正欲哄过张继，劫驾再入眉雾，你如何擅自放了过去？”遂斩二将，起兵赶来。
Jia Nai was able to pass the two generals and reported back to Guosi, "Jiao has gone. C said, I was trying to coax Zhang Ji and rob him before entering Shiwu. How could you let him go without authorization? Then he killed the two generals. Raise troops and come.
车驾正到华阴县背后，喊声震天，大叫：“车驾且休动！”帝泣告大臣曰：“方离狼窝，又逢虎口，如之奈何？”众皆失色。贼军渐近。
When the chariot driver arrived at Huayin County, he shouted loudly from behind, "Chariot, please stop moving." The emperor cried and told the ministers, "Just leaving the wolf's den, we encountered the tiger's mouth again. What can we do?" Everyone lost their countenance. The bandit army is approaching.
只听得一派鼓声山背后转出一将，当先一面大旗，上书大汉杨凤四字，引军千余杀来。原来杨凤自为李榷所败，便引军屯终南山下。
Only the sound of drums was heard, and a general came out from behind the mountain. He held a big flag and wrote the 4 words, "Great Han Yang Feng," leading more than 1,000 troops to kill him. It turns out that Yang Feng was defeated by Li Ju, so he led his troops to camp at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain.
今闻驾至，特来保护。当下列开阵势。四将崔勇出马，大骂杨凤反贼。凤大怒，回顾阵中曰：“功名何在？亦将手执大斧，飞骤华流。”
Now I heard that I came here to protect you. When the following formation begins. See General Cui Yong took action and cursed Yang Feng as a rebel. Feng was furious and looked back at the formation and said, "Where is Gongming?" A general held a big axe in his hand and flew forward.
直取崔勇两马相交，只一合，斩崔勇于马下。杨凤乘势掩杀，四军大败，退走20余里。凤乃收军来见天子，帝谓谕曰：“卿就朕功。”
He took Cui Yong straight away, and the 2 horses crossed each other. Only once did they get together, and Cui Yong was killed off the horse. Yang Feng took advantage of the situation to cover up the attack, and Xi's army was defeated and retreated for more than 20 miles. Feng Nai collected his troops and came to see the emperor. The emperor comforted him and said, "Please save me and bow down."
齐公不晓凤顿首拜谢。帝曰：“是斩贼将者何人？”凤乃引此将拜于车下曰：“此人河东阳郡人，姓徐，名晃，字公明。”帝慰劳之。
His contribution is not small, so I bow my head and express my thanks. The emperor asked, "Who is the suitable general to kill the thieves?" Feng Nai led the general to worship under the chariot and said, This man is from Yangjun, Hedong. His surname is Su, his given name is Huang, and his courtesy name is Gongming. The emperor expressed condolences to him.
杨凤宝驾至华阴诸弼将军段威，具衣服引膳上线。是夜，天子宿于杨凤营中。郭汜败了一阵，次日又点军杀至营前来。徐晃当先出马。
Yang Feng escorted him to Duanshan, the general stationed in Huayin, and presented him with clothes, food, and drinks. That night, the emperor stayed in Yang Feng's camp. Guo Si was defeated for a while, and the next day he ordered his troops to kill him in front of the camp. Su Huang should take action first.
郭汜大军八面围来，将天子、杨凤困在该心。正在危急之中，忽然东南上喊声大震，一将引军纵马杀来，贼众崩溃。徐晃乘势攻击，大败四军。
Guo Si's army surrounded them from all sides and trapped the emperor and Yang Feng in Gaishin. In the midst of the crisis, suddenly there was a loud shout and an earthquake from the southeast, and a general led his army to attack on horseback. The thieves fled. Su Huang took advantage of the situation to attack and defeated Si's army.
那人来见天子，乃国戚董承也。帝哭诉前事，承曰：“陛下免忧，臣与杨将军誓斩二贼，以敬天下。”帝命早赴东都，连夜驾起，前幸弘农。
The man who came to see the emperor was Dong Qingya, a relative of the state. The emperor cried and told about the past. Qing said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I and General Yang swear to kill the two thieves to bring peace to the world." The emperor ordered to go to the east capital early. Driving all night, I met Hongnong.
却说郭汜引败军回撞着李榷、严、杨凤、董承救驾往弘农去了。若到山东，立脚的牢，必然布告天下，令诸侯共伐我等，三族不能保矣。
But he said that Guo Si led the defeated army back to Liju and said, "Yang Feng and Dong Cheng have rescued and driven to Hongnong. If they get to Shandong and gain a firm foothold, they will definitely announce it to the world and order the princes to attack us together. The three tribes cannot be saved."
却曰：“今张继兵据长安，未可轻动。我和你乘间合兵一处，至弘农杀了汉军，平分天下，有何不可？”四喜诺，二人合兵，余路劫掠，所过一空。
Zhu said, "Now that Zhang Ji's troops are in Chang'an, they can't move lightly. You and I will join forces in the middle of the night. When Hongnong kills the Han king and divides the world equally, why not? C promised. The two men joined forces and plundered on the road, leaving nothing in their way.
杨奉董承知贼兵远来，遂勒兵回，与贼大战于东涧。却四二人商议，我众比寡，只可以混战胜之。于是李在左，郭汜在右，漫山遍野拥来。
Yang Feng and Dongqing knew that the bandits were coming from far away, so he sent his troops back and fought with the bandits in Dongjian. Zhu and Si discussed it. We are outnumbered, so we can only defeat them in a melee. So Li was on the left, Guosi was on the right, and they came from all over the mountains and plains.
杨奉、董承两边死战，刚宝帝后车出，百官宫人伏册典籍，一应御用之物尽皆抛弃。郭汜引军入弘农劫掠，承、奉保驾走陕北，却
Yang Feng and Dongqing fought to the death, and the queen's chariot came out just after the emperor was protected. All the officials, palace officials, talismans, books, and everything that could be used by the emperor were thrown away. Guosi led his troops into Hongnong to plunder. Cheng and I were escorted to the north of Shaanxi province.
四分兵赶来，承、奉一面差人与阙、泗讲和，一面密传圣旨往河东，急召顾白波率韩先、李乐、胡才三处军兵前来救应。
Si divided his troops and came. Cheng and Feng sent people to make peace with Zhu and Si, and secretly conveyed the imperial edict to Hedong. They urgently summoned the troops of Han Xian, Li Lu, and Hu Kai, the former Baibua commanders, to come to the rescue.
那李乐亦是笑惧山林之贼，今不得已而召之。三处军闻天子赦罪赐官，如何不来，并把本营军士来与董承约会一齐，再取弘农。其实李阙
That Li Lu is also a bandit who is gathering in the mountains and forests, so he has no choice but to summon him. The troops of the three divisions heard that the emperor pardoned his sins and granted officials, so why didn't they come? They also recruited the sergeants from their own camp to meet with Dongcheng and then take Hongnong. At that time Li Ju,
敦嗣弹道之处劫掠百姓，老弱者杀之，强壮者充军，临敌则驱民兵在前，名曰敢死军。贼势浩大，李乐军到，会于未阳。
Dunsidon plundered the people wherever he went, killed the old and weak, and sent the strong into the army. When facing the enemy, he drove the militia in front, called the Dare to Die Army. The thieves were powerful. Li Li's army arrived and met in Weiyang.
郭司令军士将衣服物件抛弃于道乐军，见衣服满地，争往取之，队伍尽失。却四二军四面混战，乐军大败。杨凤、董承遮拦不住，保驾北走。
Guobang ordered his sergeants to throw away their clothes and belongings at Daol's army. Seeing that the clothes were all over the ground, they scrambled to get them, but all the troops were lost. The two armies of Zhu and Si fought in a melee on all sides, and Yu's army was defeated. Yang Feng and Dong Qingzhe could not stop them, so they escorted them to the north.
背后贼军赶来，李乐曰：“是急矣，请天子上马先行。”帝曰：“朕不可舍百官而去。”众皆豪气相随。胡才被乱军所杀，程、奉见贼追击。
The bandit army came from behind and Li Lu said, "It's urgent. Please mount your horse and go first." The emperor said, "I can't leave all my officials." Everyone followed him in tears. Hu Kai was killed by the rebel army. Cheng and Feng see thieves chasing after them.
请天子弃车驾步行到黄河岸边。李乐等寻得一只小舟坐渡船，时值天气严寒，地雨后强浮到岸，边岸又高，不得下船，后面追兵将至。杨凤曰：
Please ask the emperor to abandon his car and drive to the bank of the Yellow River on foot. Li Lu and others found a small boat to use as a ferry. The weather was extremely cold, so the emperor and his queen forced them to the shore. The shore was high and they were not allowed to get off the boat. The pursuers were coming from behind. Yang Feng said,
"可解马缰绳，接连拴缚地腰，放下船去。人从中国就福德携白卷10数匹至，曰：我于乱军中识得此卷，可接连拽辇。"
You can untie the horse's rope and tie it to the emperor's waist one after another, and put the boat down. The Chinese Uncle Fuda came to the crowd with dozens of pieces of white silk and said, "I found this silk in the chaos of the army, so I can pull the chariot one after another."
行军校尉上红用绢包地，及后令众先挂地往下放之，乃得下船。李乐仗剑立于船头上，后兄福德复后下船中。岸上有不得下船者，争扯船缆。
Shang Hong, the captain of the marching school, wrapped the emperor and his followers in silk, and ordered everyone to hang the emperor first and put him down before he could get off the ship. Li Lu stood on the bow of the ship with his sword in hand. The stepbrother, Fuda, fell into the boat after being defeated. There are people on the shore who are not allowed to get off the boat and fight for the rope.
李乐尽凯于水中渡过地后，再放船渡众人。 其争渡者皆被砍下手指，哭声震天。嫉妒彼岸，地左右只剩得10余人。杨凤寻得牛车一辆。
Lila Jean cut his sword in the water to cross the emperor and empress, and then released the boat to ferry everyone across. Those who fought for the crossing had their fingers cut off, and their cries shook the sky. After crossing the other side, there were only about 10 people left on the left and right of the emperor. Yang Feng found an ox cart.
载帝至大阳绝时，晚宿于瓦屋中，也老尽宿饭，上与后共食，粗粝不能下咽。次日，诏封李乐为征北将军，韩先为征东将军，起驾前行。
When the emperor went to Dayang to go on a hunger strike, he slept in a tile-roofed house at night. The old man in the field ate millet and rice together, but it was too coarse to swallow. The next day, Li Lu was appointed general of the northern campaign, and Han Xian was appointed general of the eastern campaign.
有2大臣寻至哭拜车前，乃太尉杨彪、太仆韩荣也。帝后惧哭。韩荣曰：“却似二贼，颇信臣言。臣舍命去说二贼罢兵。陛下善保龙体。”
Two ministers came to the chariot crying and paying homage. They were Taiwei Yang Biao and Tai servant Han Rong. Both the emperor and the empress cried. Han Rong said, "The 2 thieves, Zhu and Si, believe in my words. I risked my life to tell the 2 thieves to stop. Your Majesty is good at protecting the dragon body."
韩荣去了李乐，请帝入阳凤营暂歇。杨彪请帝都安邑县，驾至安邑，苦无高房，帝后都居于茅屋中，又无门关闭，四边插荆棘，以为屏蔽。
Han Rong went to Li Lu and asked the emperor to take a rest at Yangfeng camp. Yang Biao invited the imperial capital to Ani County. Driving to Ani, there were no high-rise houses, and the emperor and his queen all lived in thatched huts. There were no doors to close, and thorns were planted on all sides to shield them.
帝与大臣议事于茅屋之下，诸将引兵于篱外镇压。李乐等专权，百官稍有触犯，竟于帝前殴骂，故意送浊酒粗食与帝，帝勉强纳之。李乐
The emperor and ministers discussed matters under the hut, and the generals led troops outside the fence to suppress them. Li Lu and others were monopolizing the power, and if any of the officials offended him, they would beat him and curse him in front of the emperor. He deliberately gave the emperor dirty wine and coarse food, but the emperor reluctantly accepted it. Li Lu.
韩先又联名保奏无图不取，无一走卒200余名，并为校尉、御史等官。刻印不及，以追画之， 全不成体统。却说韩荣取说却似二贼。
Han Xian also named more than 200 Baozu Wutubuku, witch doctors, and soldiers, and he was appointed as a school captain, censor, and other officials. If the engraving is not enough, it will be painted with a cone, which is completely inappropriate. But he said that Han Rong's song talked about the two thieves Zhu and Si.
二贼从其言，乃放百官及工人归。是岁大荒，百姓皆食早菜，饿殍遍野。河内太守张扬献米肉，河东太守王毅献绢帛，地稍得宁。董承、杨奉商议。
The two thieves followed his words and let all the officials and palace people go back. At that time, there was a great famine, and the people all ate jujubes, and the fields were starving. Zhang Yang, the governor of Hanoi, offered rice and meat, and Wang Yi, the governor of Hedong, presented silks, and the emperor was relieved. Dong Cheng and Yang Feng discussed.
一面差人修洛阳宫院，欲奉车驾还东都。李乐不从。董承谓李乐曰：“洛阳本天子建都之地，安邑乃小地面，如何容得车驾？”
On the one hand, he sent people to repair Luoyang Palace and wanted to drive him back to the eastern capital. Li Lu refused. Dongqing said to Li Lu, "Luoyang is the place where the emperor established his capital. Ani is a small area. How can it accommodate chariots?"
今奉驾还洛阳，是正理。李乐曰：“汝等奉驾去，我只在此处住。”成，奉乃奉驾启程。李乐暗令人结连李榷、郭汜一同结驾。董承、杨奉。
It is right to return to Luoyang now. Li Lu said, "You go with me, I will only stay here." Cheng and Feng then set off. Li Lu secretly asked Li Ju and Guosi to rob him together. Dongcheng, Yang Feng.
韩先知其谋，连夜摆布军士，护送车驾前奔机关。李乐闻之，不等却，四军到，自引本部人马前来追赶。四更左侧，赶到鸡山下，大叫。
Han Xian knew his plan and manipulated the sergeant overnight, escorting the chariot to Jiguan. When Li Lu heard about it, he led his troops to catch up without waiting for the Zhu and Si troops to arrive. On the left side of the fourth watch, I rushed to the foot of Jishan Mountain and shouted. "
车驾修行李却，郭汜在此。吓得献帝心惊胆战，山上火光遍起。正是前番两贼分为二，今番三贼合为一。不知汉天子怎离此难。"
Please leave your luggage. Guosi is here. Emperor Xian was frightened. The mountain was full of fire. Exactly, the two thieves were divided into two in the previous time, and the three thieves in this time are combined into one. I don't know how the emperor of the Han Dynasty escaped from this difficulty.
且听下文分解第14回。曹孟德一驾幸许都，吕奉先城夜袭徐郡。却说李乐引军诈称李榷、郭汜来便车驾，天子大惊。杨凤曰：“此李乐也。”
Let's listen to the analysis below. Chapter 14. Chao Mengde moved his troops to Su-dul of Fengxian and attacked Su County at night. However, he said that Li Lu led his troops to pretend to be Li Ju and Guosi and drove all over the place. The emperor was shocked. Yang Feng said, "This is Li Lu."
遂令徐晃出营之李乐亲自出战，两马相交，只一合，被徐晃一斧砍于马下，杀散余党，保护车驾过机关。太守张扬据素伯迎驾于直道。
Then Su Huang was ordered to go out to meet Li Lu and fight in person. The two horses crossed each other, but only once. Su Huang chopped the horse off with an axe, killed the remaining party, and protected the chariot passing Jiguan. The prefect Zhang Yang came to Ji Road with grain and silk.
"地封张扬为大司马杨慈弟，屯兵也亡去了。帝入洛阳，见宫室烧尽，皆是荒芜，满目皆是蒿草，宫院中只有颓墙坏壁。命杨凤且盖小宫居住。"
The emperor granted Zhang Yang the title of Grand Sima. Yang resigned from the emperor and went to garrison the army and become a wild king. When the emperor entered Luoyang, he saw that the palaces were burned down, the streets were deserted, wormwood was everywhere, and the palace courtyards only had decaying walls. Yang Feng was ordered to build a small palace to live in.
百官朝贺，皆立于荆棘之中。诏改兴平为建安元年，是岁又大荒，洛阳居民仅有数百家，无可为食，尽出城去剥树皮，掘草根食之。尚书郎以下。
All the officials paying their respects stood among the thorns. The imperial edict was changed from Xingping to the first year of Jianan. It's the end of the year and there's great famine. There were only a few hundred residents in Luoyang, and they had nothing to eat, so they all went out of the city to peel bark from trees and dig up grass roots to eat. Below Shangshalang.
皆自出城桥采，多有死于颓墙坏壁之间者。汉末气运之衰，无甚于此。后人有诗叹之曰：“血流芒荡白蛇王，赤雉纵横游四方。”秦鹿竹翻兴社稷。
They all went out to collect firewood from the city, and many of them died among the ruined walls. The decline of luck in the late Han dynasty was nothing more than this. There is a poem from later generations that sighs, "The white snake dies with blood flowing, and the red flags travel in all directions." Qin Lu conquered the country and established the country.
楚雅推倒立封疆，天子懦弱奸邪起，气色凋零盗贼狂。看到两京遭难处，铁人无泪也系黄。太尉杨彪奏帝曰：“前蒙降诏，未曾发遣。”
Chuya pushed him upside down and sealed the territory. The emperor was cowardly and evil. His complexion was withered and he was a thief. Seeing the suffering in the two capitals, the Iron Man was in a state of panic even without tears. Taiwei Yang Biao reported to the emperor, "I have received an imperial edict before, but I have not yet sent it."
今曹操在山东兵强将胜，可宣入朝，以辅王室。帝曰：“朕前既降诏，卿何必再奏？今即差人前去便了。”彪领旨，即差使命赴山东。
Now that Cao Cao has strong troops and generals in Shandong, he can declare his accession to the dynasty to assist the royal family. The emperor said, "I have issued an edict before you. Why do you need to play it again? I will send someone to go now." Biao received the order and sent a mission to Shandong.
宣召曹操，却说曹操在山东，闻之车驾已还洛阳，据谋士商议，荀彧进曰：“西晋文公纳周襄王，而诸侯服从，汉高祖为义帝发丧。”
He summoned Cao Cao, but he said that Cao Cao was in Shandong. He heard that the chariot had returned to Luoyang, and he gathered his advisors to discuss it.
而天下归心，今天子蒙尘，将军诚因此时首倡义兵，奉天子以从众望，不使之略也。若不早图，人将先我而为之矣。曹操大喜，正要收拾起兵。
The world has returned to its center today, and the emperor is covered in dust. General Cheng therefore initiated the righteous army at this time and served the emperor to follow the public's expectations. This is an unparalleled strategy. If I don't plan ahead, others will do it before me. Cao Cao was overjoyed. Just as he was about to pack up his troops,
忽报有天使姬赵宣、赵操接诏，刻日兴师。却说帝在洛阳，百事未备，城郭崩倒，欲修未能。人报李榷、郭汜领兵将到，帝大惊，问杨凤曰：
Suddenly it was reported that an angel came with the imperial edict to summon Cao Cao to take over the imperial edict and set up an army in the near future. But he said that the emperor was in Luoyang and was unprepared for everything. The city collapsed and repairs could not be made. It was reported that Li Ju and Guosi were about to arrive with their troops. The emperor was shocked and asked Yang Feng,
山东之使未回礼，郭之兵又至，为之奈何？杨凤、韩先曰：“臣愿与贼决死战，以保陛下。”董承曰：“城郭不坚，兵甲不多，战如不胜。”
The envoy from Shandong has not returned to Li and Guo's troops, but they have arrived again. What can be done? Yang Feng and Han Xian said, "I am willing to fight to the death with the thieves to protect your majesty." Dong Qing said, "The city walls are not strong and there are not many soldiers. The battle is invincible."
当父如何不弱，且奉驾往山东避之。帝从其言，即日起驾往山东进发，百官无马，皆随驾不行。出了洛阳，行无一箭之地，但见尘头蔽日。
What better to do than to drive him to Shandong to avoid him? The emperor followed his words and set out for Shandong immediately. All the officials had no horses, so they all walked with him. After leaving Luoyang, there was no place to shoot, but the dust covered the sun.
金鼓喧天，无限人马来到。帝后战票不能言。忽见一骑飞来，乃前差往山东之使命也。至车前拜起曰：“曹将军尽起山东之兵，应召前来。”
The sound of golden drums and countless people arrived. The emperor and the empress were speechless. Suddenly he saw a horse flying towards him. He was on a mission to Shandong. He went to the chariot and bowed and said, "General Chao has mobilized all the troops in Shandong and is here to answer the imperial edict."
闻李榷郭汜犯洛阳，先差夏侯惇为先锋，引上将10员，精兵5万前来保驾。帝新方安，少顷，夏侯惇引许褚、典韦等至驾前面军。
When he heard that Li Ju and Guosi had invaded Luoyang, he first sent Xiahou as the vanguard, leading 10 generals and 50,000 elite troops to protect him. The emperor's heart is at peace. After a while, Xiahou led Su Chu, Dian Wei, and others to drive to the front of the king.
据以军礼，见帝未与方毕，忽报正东又有一路军到。帝即命夏侯惇往探之，回期曰：“乃曹操部军也。”须臾，曹洪、李典、乐进来见驾，痛命毕。
After they all saw the emperor's condolences with military courtesy, they suddenly reported that another army had arrived from the east. The emperor immediately ordered Xiahou to explore it, and he replied to his wife, "It's Cao Cao's infantry." After a while, Cao Hong, Li Dian, and Lu came in to see him. After the common name is completed.
洪奏曰：“臣兄之贼兵至近，恐夏侯惇孤立难威，故又差臣等背道而来协助。”帝曰：“曹将军真社稷臣也。”遂命护驾前行。探马来报，李榷。
Hongzhou said, "My brother knew that the bandits were approaching, and he was afraid that Xiahou would be unable to do anything alone. So he sent as many ministers as possible to help." The emperor said, "General Chao is a real minister of the country." He then ordered to escort him forward. Tan Ma came and reported, "Li Ju."
郭汜领兵长驱而来，帝令夏侯惇分两路迎之。惇乃与曹洪分为两翼，马军先出，步军后随，尽力攻击。却四贼兵大败，斩首万余。
Guo Si led his troops and marched forward. The emperor ordered Xiahou Dun to meet him in two groups. Dun Nai and Chao Hong divided their wings into two wings. The cavalry army went out first, followed by the infantry army, and tried their best to attack. The Zhu and Si rebels were defeated and more than 10,000 people were beheaded.
于是请帝还洛阳故宫夏侯惇屯兵于城外。次日，曹操引大队人马到来，安营毕，入城见帝，拜于殿阶之下。帝赐平身，宣谕慰劳。操曰：
So he asked the emperor to return the imperial palace to Luoyang, and Xiahou Dun stationed troops outside the city. The next day, Cao Cao led a large group of troops to arrive. After setting up camp, he entered the city to see the emperor and worshipped at the foot of the palace steps. The emperor granted him peace of mind and issued an edict to express his condolences. Cao said,
臣向蒙国恩克斯图报，今却四二贼罪恶贯盈，臣有精兵20余万，以顺讨逆，无不克节。陛下善保龙体，以社稷为重。
I will repay the kindness of the Mongolian country with great thoughts. Today, the two thieves Zhu and Si are full of crimes. I have more than 200,000 elite soldiers, who can defeat the rebels with obedience and victory. Your Majesty is good at protecting the dragon body and attaches great importance to the country.
帝乃封操领司隶校尉、假节钺录尚书事，却说李榷、郭汜之操远来，意欲速战。贾诩谏曰：“不可。操兵精将勇，不如降之，求免本身之罪。”
The emperor appointed Cao Cao and led the Sili Shaowei to record the affairs of the Shangshu on the occasion of the festival. However, he said that Li Ju and Guo Si knew that Cao Cao was coming from far away, and they wanted to fight quickly. Jia Su admonished him and said, "No. It is better to surrender the brave generals than to surrender them in order to avoid their own sins."
却怒曰而敢灭无锐气，拔剑欲斩许。众将劝勉。是夜，贾诩单马走回乡里去了。次日，李榷军马来迎操兵。操先令许褚、曹仁。
Zhu said angrily, "You dare to destroy my spirit." He drew his sword and wanted to kill Su. The generals advised him not to do so. That night, Jia Su walked back to his hometown on horseback. The next day, Li Ju's army came to meet Chao's troops. Chao Xian ordered Su Chu, Chao Ren,
典韦领300铁骑于阙阵中冲突3遭，方才布阵。阵原处，李榷指李先、李别出马阵前，未及开言，许褚飞马过去，一刀先斩李先，李别吃了一惊。
Dian Wei led 300 cavalry in the Zhu formation and clashed 3 times before setting up the formation. In the circle of the formation, Li Xian and Li Bi, Li Ju's nephews, rode out in front of the formation. Before he could say anything, Su Chu flew over and struck Li Xian with his sword first. Li Bi was shocked.
"道撞下马杵一斩之，双挽人头回阵。曹操抚许褚之背曰：“子真吾之樊哙也。”遂令夏侯惇领兵左出，曹仁领兵右出，操自领中军冲阵。
After knocking Ma Chu down, he also beheaded him and returned to the formation with his head in hand. Cao Cao stroked Su Chu's back and said, "You really are my Fan Kuai." Then he ordered Xiahou Dun to lead the troops to the left, Chao Ren to lead the troops to the right, and Cao Cao led the middle army to charge into the formation.
"鼓响一声，三军齐进，贼兵抵敌不住，大败而走。操亲撤宝剑压阵，率众连夜追杀，剿戮极多，降者不计其数。却四望西逃命，茫茫似丧家之狗。"
The drums sounded and the 3 armies marched together. The thieves could not resist the enemy and fled in defeat. He personally held the sword and marched into the formation. He led his troops to pursue and kill them all night long. They killed many people and killed countless people. Zhu and Si looked to the west and fled for their lives, busy like bereaved dogs.
"自知无处容身，只得往山中落草去了。曹操回兵，仍屯于洛阳城外。杨凤、韩先2个商议，今曹操成了大功，必掌重权，如何容得我等？
Knowing that he had nowhere to stay, he had no choice but to drop grass in the mountains. Cao Cao returned to his army and was still stationed outside Luoyang city. Yang Feng and Han Xian discussed. Now that Cao Cao has achieved great success, he will have great power. How can he accommodate us?
乃入奏天子，只以追杀却四为名，引本部军屯于大梁去了。第一日命人至操营，宣操入宫议事。操闻天使至，请入相见，只见那人眉清目秀。
It was reported that the emperor led his troops to garrison in Daliang in the name of chasing Zhu and Si. One day the emperor ordered people to go to Chao's camp and announce that Chao had entered the palace to discuss matters. When Chao heard that the angel had arrived, he asked him to come in and meet him. He saw that the man had beautiful features and beautiful eyes.
精神充足，操暗想曰：今东都大荒，官僚军民皆有饥色，此人何得独匪？因问之曰：公尊严充于，以何条理而至此？对曰：某无他法。
Cao Cao, who was energetic and full of energy, thought to himself, today, the eastern capital is deserted, and the officials, soldiers and civilians are all hungry. How can this man be so fat? So he asked, how did you manage to get such a plump appearance? He said to him, there is no other way.
"只时但30年以操乃汉之。又问曰：君居何职？对曰：某举孝廉，原为袁绍、张扬从事。今闻天子还都，特来朝觐，官封正议郎。
After only eating light food for 30 years, Cao Cao then nodded. He asked again, what position do you hold? He replied, there is a certain filial piety and integrity. It was originally engaged by Yuan Shao and Zhang Yang. Now I heard that the emperor has returned to the capital and has come to pay a special pilgrimage. Official Feng Zhengialang.
"既因定陶人姓董，名昭，字公人。曹操必袭曰：闻名久矣，幸得于此相见。遂置酒帐中相待，令与荀彧相会。忽人报曰：
The surname of Dingtao people in Jin is Dong, the given name is Zhao, and the courtesy name is Gongren. Cao Cao avoided the banquet and said, you have been famous for a long time. Fortunately to meet you here. So he set up a wine tent to treat each other and ordered him to meet Sun Yu. Suddenly someone reported.
"一队军往东而去，不知何人。操急令人探之。董昭曰：此乃李榷旧将杨凤与白波帅韩先，因明公来此，故引兵欲投大梁去耳。操曰：
A group of troops are heading east and I don't know who they are. He was anxious to find out. Dong Zhao said, this is Li Ju's old general Yang Feng, and by Bo's commander Han Xian. Because Ming Gong is here, they want to lead their troops to Daliang to kill them. Cao Cao said.
"莫非疑操乎昭曰：此乃无谋之辈，明公何足虑也？"操又曰："李、郭二贼，此去若何？"昭曰："虎无爪，鸟无翼，不久当为明公所擒。"
Could it be that he was suspicious? Hu Zhao said, "This is a person without any plan. Why should the Ming dynasty worry about it?" Cao asked again, "What happened to the two thieves Li and Gua?" Zhao said, "The tiger has no claws and the bird has no wings. Soon he will be captured by Ming Gong."
吴足介意，操见昭言语投机，便问以朝廷大事。昭曰："明公兴义兵以除暴乱，入朝辅佐天子，此五霸之功也。但诸将人殊异议，未必服从。"
No need to mind. Seeing Zhao's speculative words, Cao asked about the important affairs of the court. Zhao said, "The Ming dynasty raised righteous soldiers to eliminate the riots and entered the dynasty to assist the emperor. This is the contribution of the 5 hegemons. However, the generals have different ideas and may not obey."
今若留此，恐有不便。唯一驾幸许都为上策。然朝廷拨阅，心还京师，远近仰望，以寄一朝之安。今复图驾，不厌众心。夫行非常之事。
I might be inconvenienced if I stay here now. But moving and driving is probably the best option. However, the imperial court spread over time and returned to the capital. Looking up from far and near, hoping for a peaceful dynasty, now that I am back on my own, I am not weary of the public support. My husband did something extraordinary.
"乃有非常之功，愿将军决记之。"操直招手而笑曰："此吾之本志也。但杨凤在大梁，大臣在朝，不有他便否？"昭曰："义也。宜书与杨凤。"
It is an extraordinary achievement, and I hope the general will make up his mind to do it. Cao held up his hand and smiled and said, "This is my original intention." But Yang Feng was in Daliang and the ministers were in the court. Would it have changed without him? Zhao said, "Yi. Write a letter to Yang Feng."
"先安其新明告大臣，以京师无粮，御车驾幸许都，进鲁阳，转运粮食，庶无欠缺悬隔之忧。大臣闻之，当心从也。"操大喜，昭谢别。
First of all, he calmed his mind and told the ministers clearly that there was no food in the capital. If he wanted to drive to the capital, he would be close to Luoyang and transfer food so that the common people would not have to worry about shortages. When ministers hear this, they should be happy to follow it. I'm very happy. Thank you and say goodbye.
操执其手曰：“凡操有所图，为公交之。”昭称谢而去。操由是日与众谋士密迁都之事。时世中太史令王立思谓宗正刘爱曰：“吾仰观天文。”
Cao Cao held his hand and said, "Everyone has a plan, but the public teaches him." Zhao thanked him and left. On that day, Cao Yu secretly discussed with all the counselors the matter of moving the capital. At that time, the official Zhong Tai Shiling Wanli privately called Zongjing Lu Ai and said, "I look up at the astronomy.
自去春太白饭振兴于斗牛过天津，荧惑又逆行，与太白会于天关，金火交汇，必有新天子出。吴关大汉气数江中，晋魏之地，必有兴者。
Since last spring, Taibai has violated the star of the bullfight and passed through Tianjin. Yinghua has gone retrograde again and met Taibai at Tianguan. When gold and fire meet, a new emperor will surely appear. I believe that the great Han dynasty is coming to an end, and in the land of Jin and Wei, there will definitely be prosperity.
又密奏献帝曰：“天命有去就，五行不长盛，待活者徒也。待汉而有天下者，当在位。”操闻之，使人告立曰：“知公忠于朝廷，然天道深远。”
He also sent a secret report to Emperor Xian, saying, "The destiny of heaven is gone, and the five elements are not always in full bloom. Earth replaces fire. The one who established the world in the Han dynasty should be in Wei." After hearing this, Cao Cao sent someone to inform him and said, "I know that the Duke is loyal to the court, but the way of heaven is far-reaching.
幸勿多言操，以示告谕。谕曰：“汉以火得王，而民公乃土命也。许都属土，道比必兴。火能生土，土能旺木，正合董昭、王立之言。”
Fortunately, don't tell you too much. You said, the Han dynasty used fire to beautify the king, and Minggong was born from the earth. Many people belong to the earth, and they will thrive there. Fire can generate earth, and earth can make trees prosperous. This is exactly what Dong Zhao and Wang Li said.
他日必有兴者，操亦遂决。次日入见地，奏曰：“东都荒废久矣，不可休憩，更兼转运粮食艰辛。许都地尽鲁阳、成郭公事，钱粮民物。”
Someday someone will take care of it and make a decision. The next day, he went to see the emperor and reported, "The eastern capital has been abandoned for a long time and cannot be repaired. It is also difficult to transport food. Shudu is close to Luoyang, and there are city walls, palaces, money, food and people's goods.
足可备用臣敢请驾幸许都为陛下从之。帝不敢不从，群臣皆具操事，亦莫敢有异议。遂择日起驾，操引军护行，百官皆从。行不到数程。
It is enough to spare. If the minister dares to ask for permission to drive to the capital, Your Majesty will obey. The emperor did not dare to disobey. All the ministers were afraid of maneuvering, and no one dared to have any objections. So he chose a day to set off. He led the army to protect the march, and all the officials obeyed. After traveling for less than a few miles,
前至一高陵，忽然喊声大举，杨凤、韩先领兵拦路。徐晃当先，大叫：“曹操欲劫驾何助？”操出马视之，见徐晃威风凛凛，暗暗称奇。
When they reached a high hill, they suddenly shouted loudly, and Yang Feng and Han Xian led their troops to block the way. Su Huang took the lead and shouted, "Where can Cao Cao live if he wants to rob him?" Cao stepped out of his horse to look at him. Seeing Su Huang's majesty, he was secretly amazed.
便令许褚出马，与徐晃交锋，刀斧相交，战50余合，不分胜败。操即鸣金收军，召谋士议曰：“杨凤、韩先诚不足道，徐晃乃真良将也。”
He ordered Su Chu to ride out and fight Su Huang with swords and axes, and the battle lasted for more than 50 rounds, with no distinction between victory and defeat. Cao immediately raised the gold to withdraw his troops, and summoned his advisers to discuss. Yang Feng and Han Siam are of no account. Su Huang is a really good general.
吾不忍以利病之，当以计招之。行军从事满宠曰：“主公勿虑，某相与徐晃有一面之交，今晚扮作小卒，偷入其营，以言说之。”
I can't bear to use my strength to fight against him, so I should use my strategy to attack him. While marching, Man Chong said, "My lord, don't worry." A certain Xiang had an acquaintance with Su Huang. Tonight, he pretended to be a pawn and sneaked into his camp to talk about it.
管教他倾心来降操，欣然遣之。是夜满宠扮作小卒，混入彼军队中，偷至徐晃帐前，只见黄秉烛背甲而坐。宠突至其前，依曰：“
Discipline him and send him with all your heart." It was Yi Manchong who disguised himself as a pawn and infiltrated into the army. He sneaked up to Su Huang's tent and saw Huang sitting in armor with a candle in his hand. Chong suddenly came to him, bowed and said,
故人别来无恙乎？徐晃惊起，孰是之曰：子非山阳满伯宁也。何以至此？宠曰：某现为曹将军从事，今日于阵前得见故人，欲尽一言。
I'm fine, my old friend. Su Huang was startled, looked at him familiarly, and said, Zi Fei Shanyang is full of boning. Why is this happening? Chong said, I am now working for General Chao. I met an old friend today in front of the battle, and I would like to say a few words.
故特冒死而来，晃乃言之作，问其来意。宠曰：公之勇略，世所罕有，奈何屈身于阳韩之徒？曹将军当是英雄，其好贤礼士，天下所知也。
Therefore, he risked his life to come, shake Nayan's seat, and ask him why he came. Chong said, the Duke's bravery is rare in the world, so how can he succumb to the followers of Yang and Han? General Chao is a hero in the world, and his love of virtuous and courteous people is known to the world.
今日阵前建功之勇，十分敬爱，故不忍以健将决死战，特遣宠来奉邀。公何不弃暗投明，共成大业？皇审饮良久，乃喟然叹曰：“无故之奉。”
Today, I saw the Duke's bravery in front of the battle formation and admired him very much. Therefore, I couldn't bear to fight to the death with a strong general, so I sent a special favor to invite you. Why don't you abandon the darkness and join the light, so that we can accomplish great things together? Huang pondered for a long time, then sighed and said, I know how to serve you.
先非立业之人，奈从之久矣，不忍相舍。宠曰：“岂不闻良禽择木而栖，贤臣择主而事？欲可事之主，而骄必失之，非丈夫也。”晃起谢曰：
The people who have established a career in Siam have been with each other for a long time and cannot bear to part with each other. Chong said, Don't you hear that good birds choose trees to roost in, and wise ministers choose their masters to serve? It is not a husband to miss someone who is in trouble. He waved his thanks and said,
愿从公言。宠曰：“何不就杀凤先而去，以为觐见之礼？”晃曰：“以臣事主，大不义也。吾绝不为。”宠曰：“公真义是也。”
I wished Song Gong Yen. Chong said, Why don't you just kill Fong and Siam and leave as a courtesy to enter? Huang said, It is a great injustice to kill the master with his ministers. I will never do it. Chong said, You are an honest and righteous man.
晃遂引帐下数十骑，连夜同满宠来投曹操。早有人报知杨凤，凤大怒，自引千骑来追，大叫：“徐晃反贼休走！”正追赶间，忽然一声炮响。
Huang then led dozens of horsemen under his tent to surrender to Cao Cao with Manchu Chong overnight. Someone had already informed Yang Feng. Feng was so angry that he led thousands of horses to chase him, shouting, "Su Huang rebels, don't leave." While he was chasing, there was a sudden sound of cannon.
山上山下火把齐鸣，伏军四出，曹操亲自引军当先，大喝：“我在此等候多时，休教走脱！”杨凤大惊，急待回军，早被曹兵围住。
The torches were lit up and down the mountain, and ambushed troops were out. Cao Cao personally led the army first and shouted, "I have been waiting here for a long time. Stop teaching and run away." Yang Feng was shocked. He was eager to return to the army, but he was already surrounded by Cao's soldiers.
恰好韩先引兵来救两军混战，杨凤走脱。曹操趁彼军乱，乘势攻击，两家军士大半多降。杨凤、韩先势孤，引败兵投袁术去了。
It happened that Han Xian led troops to rescue the two armies, and Yang Feng escaped. Cao Cao took advantage of the chaos in the other army and attacked, and most of the soldiers from the two families surrendered. Yang Feng and Han Siam were isolated and led the defeated troops to surrender to Yuan Shu.
曹操收军回营，满宠引徐晃入见，操大喜，后代之。于是迎鸾驾到许都，盖造宫室殿宇，立宗庙社稷，省台司院衙门，修城郭府库。
Cao Cao withdrew his troops and returned to the camp. Man Chong invited Su Huang to see him. Cao is overjoyed and treats him kindly. So Ying-wan drove to Shidu, built palaces, established ancestral temples, provincial offices, and built cities and treasury.
封董承等13人为列侯，赏功罚罪，并听曹操处置。操自封为大将军武平侯，以荀彧为侍中尚书令，荀攸为军师，郭嘉为司马祭酒。
13 people including Dongcheng were granted the title of Marquis to reward their merits and punish their crimes, and were subject to Cao Cao's disposal. Cao Cao proclaimed himself the general Wu Pingho, with Sun Yu as his minister, Sun Yu as his military advisor, and Guo Jia as his commanding officer.
刘烨为司空仓曹院毛玠，任俊为典农中郎将，崔都前粮，程昱为东平相，范成、董昭为洛阳令，满宠为许都令，夏侯惇、夏侯渊，曹仁。
Lu Yi was the Saikongkang Chao Maojia, and Ren Jun was the Diannong Zhonglang general, urging and supervising the money and grain. Qing Yu was the prime minister of Dongping. Fan Sheng and Dong Zhao were the Luoyanglings. Man Chong was the Shudulings. Xiahou Dun, Xia Houyuan, Chao Ren.
曹洪皆为将军吕虔、李典、乐进、于禁、徐晃皆为校尉，许褚、典韦皆为都尉，其余将士个个封官。自此大权皆归于曹操，朝廷大务。
Chao Hong was all generals. Lu Qian, Li Dian, Eugene, and Su Huang were all school captains. Su Chu and Dian Wei were all captains, and the rest of the officers and soldiers were given official titles. Since then, all power has been vested in Cao Cao, the affairs of the imperial court.
先禀曹操，然后方奏天子。操既定大事，乃设宴后堂，聚众谋士共议曰：刘备屯兵徐州，自领州市，进吕布以兵败投之，被使居于小沛。
Report it to Cao Cao first and then report it to the emperor. In order to prepare for the important event, a banquet was held in the back hall, and all the counselors gathered together to discuss. Liu Bei stationed troops in Shuzhou and took charge of the state's affairs. He approached Lu Bu and surrendered to him in defeat, and prepared his envoys to live in Xiaopei.
若二人同心引兵来犯，乃心腹之患也。公等有何妙计可图之？许褚曰：愿借精兵5万，斩刘备、吕布之头，献于丞相。荀彧曰：
If two people work together to lead troops to attack, it will be a personal disaster. What clever plan do you have for me? Su Chu said, I would like to borrow 50,000 elite soldiers to cut off the heads of Liu Bei and Lu Bu and offer them to the prime minister. Sun Yu said,
将军勇则勇矣，不知用谋。今许都新定，未可造次用兵。欲有一计，名曰二虎竞食之计。今刘备虽领徐州，未得诏命。
A general who is brave, but he doesn't know how to use tactics. Now that Su's capital has been newly established, there is no way to use troops. Yu has a plan, which is called the plan of two tigers competing for food. Although Liu Bei is in charge of Shuzhou, he has not received the imperial edict.
明公可奏请诏命石寿备为徐州牧，因密语一书，教杀吕布。事成则备无猛士为辅，意见可图；事不成，则吕布必杀备矣。此乃二虎竞食之计也。
The Duke of Ming Dynasty can submit an edict and order him to prepare a secret letter for Shuzhou Muin, instructing him to kill Lu Bu. If it succeeds, there will be no strong men to assist, and it will gradually become more profitable. If it fails, Lu Bu will kill and prepare. This is the plan of two tigers competing for food.
操从其言，及时奏请诏命，遣使击往徐州，封刘备为征东将军，宜城亭侯，领徐州牧，并附秘书一封。却说刘玄德在徐州，文帝幸许都。
Following his words, Cao Cao immediately requested an imperial edict and sent an envoy to Shuzhou. He appointed Liu Bei as general of the eastern expedition, Cheng Tingho, and led Shuzhou as pastoralist. He also attached a secret letter. But it was said that Lu Xuande was in Shuzhou, and Emperor Wen was fortunate to be in the capital.
"正欲上表庆贺，忽报天使至，出郭迎接入郡，拜受恩命毕，设宴管待来使。是曰：君后得此恩命，实曹将军于帝前保荐之力也。玄德称谢。
Just as he was about to express his congratulations, he was suddenly informed of the arrival of the angel. He went out of the country to welcome the envoy into the county. The envoy said, "The prince has received this kind order, which is the strength of General Chao's recommendation in front of the emperor." Xuande thanked him.
使者乃取出私书，递与玄德。玄德看罢，曰：此事尚容记忆。席散，安歇来使于馆驿。玄德连夜与众商议此事。张飞曰：吕布本无义之人。
The envoy took out the private letter and handed it to Xuande. Xuande read it and said, "This matter is still open to discussion." After leaving, he came to the post to rest. Xuande discussed the matter with everyone overnight. Zhang Fei said, "Lu Bu is an unrighteous person."
"杀之何爱？"玄德曰：他是穷而来投我，我若杀之，亦是不义。张飞曰：好人难做。玄德不从。次日，吕布来贺，玄德叫请入见。布曰：
"What's wrong with killing him?" Xuande said, "He came to me because he was in a desperate situation. If I kill him, it would be unjust." Zhang Fei said, "It's hard to be a good man." Xuande refused. The next day, Lu Bu came to congratulate him, and Xuande invited him to see him. Bu said,
文公受朝廷恩命，特来相贺。玄德训谢，只见张飞扯剑上厅，要杀吕布。玄德慌忙阻住，不大惊曰：翼德何故只要杀我？张飞叫曰：
"I heard that the Duke has been specially appointed by the imperial court to congratulate me." Xuande thanked him. "I saw Zhang Fei going up to the hall with his sword drawn, intending to kill Lu Bu." Xuande hurriedly stopped him. Buddha was shocked and said, "Why does Ida just want to kill me?" Zhang Fei shouted,
曹操道：“你是无义之人，叫我哥哥杀你。”玄德连声喝退，乃引吕布同入后堂，实告前因，就将曹操所送密书与吕布看。不看毕，泣曰：
Cao Cao said you are an unjust person and taught my brother to kill you. Xuanda shouted back. He then led Lu Bu into the back hall and told him the truth. He then showed Lu Bu the secret letter sent by Cao Cao. After looking at the cloth, he cried and said,
此乃曹贼欲令我二人不和耳。玄德曰：“兄勿忧，刘备是不为此不义之事。”吕布再三拜谢，备留步饮酒，至晚方回。关张曰：
This is what Cao Cao wants to do to cause discord between the two of us. Xuanda said, Brother, don't worry. Liu Bei swears not to do this unjust thing. Lu Bu thanked him again and again. He left the cloth to drink wine and returned in the evening. Guan and Zhang said,
兄长何故不杀吕布？玄德曰：“此曹孟德恐我与吕布同谋伐之，故用此计，使我两人自相吞并，彼却于中取利，奈何为所使乎？”关公点头道是。
Brother, why didn't you kill Lu Bu? Xuanda said, Cao Mengda was afraid that Lu Bu and I would conspire to attack him, so he used this strategy to annex us, while the other party would benefit from it. Why didn't he do what he did? Guangong nodded yes.
张飞曰：“我只要杀此贼，以绝后患。”玄德曰：“此非大丈夫之所为也。”次日，玄德送使命回京，就拜表谢恩，并回书与曹操。
Zhang Fei said, I just want to kill this thief to avoid future troubles. Xuanda said, this is not what a man would do. The next day, Xuanda sent the mission back to Beijing, expressed his gratitude, and wrote back to Cao Cao.
指颜容缓图之使命回见曹操，言玄德不杀吕布之事。操问荀彧曰：“此计不成，奈何？”或曰：“又有一计，名曰驱虎吞狼之计。”操曰：
He only talked about Rong Xuantu's mission to see Cao Cao again and Xuanda's decision not to kill Lu Bu. Cao Cao asked Sun Yu, if this plan fails, what can I do? Or he said, there is another plan, which is called the plan of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Cao Cao said,
其计如何？欲曰：可按令人往袁术处通问，报说刘备上密表，要掠南郡。诸闻之，必怒而攻备。公乃明召刘备讨袁术，两边相并。
What's the plan? You said, you can secretly ask Yuan Shu to ask, and report that Liu Bei has sent a secret report and wants to attack Nanjun. When Shu heard about it, he would be angry and attack. Duke Naiming ordered Liu Bei to attack Yuan Shu. The two sides merge.
吕布毕生一心此驱虎吞狼之计也。操大喜，先发人往袁术处，赐假天子诏，发人往徐州。却说玄德在徐州闻使命至，出国迎接。
Lu Bu must be dissatisfied with this plan to drive away tigers and devour wolves. Chao was overjoyed and sent people to Yuan Shu first. Then he sent people to Shuzhou according to the imperial edict. However, he said that Xuanda was in Shuzhou. When he heard that the mission was coming, he went out to meet him.
《开读诏书却是要起兵讨袁术。玄德领命，送使者先回。糜竺曰：“此又是曹操之计。”玄德曰：“虽是计，亡命不可违也。”遂点军马。
The imperial edict was read, but he wanted to raise troops to attack Yuan Shu. Xuanda accepted the order and sent the envoy back first. Mi Zhu said, "This is Cao Cao's plan again." Xuanda said, "Although it is a plan, the king's order cannot be violated." Then he ordered the troops and horses.
“刻日起程孙乾曰：‘可先定守城之人。’玄德曰：‘二弟之中，谁人可守？’关公曰：‘弟愿守此城。’玄德曰：‘吾早晚欲与尔议事。’
Sun Xian said, "We must first decide who will defend the city." Xuanda said, "Among the two brothers, who can defend the city?" Guan Gong said, "My brother is willing to defend this city." Xuanda said, I would like to discuss matters with you sooner or later."
岂可相离？张飞曰：“小弟愿守此城。”玄德曰：“你守不得此城，你一者酒后刚强，鞭挞士卒；二者做事轻易，不从人见，吾不放心。”张飞曰：“
How can we leave?" Zhang Fei said, "My younger brother is willing to defend this city." Xuanda said, "You can't defend this city. One of you is strong after drinking and whips the soldiers. The other is easy to do things and does not follow others' advice." "I don't trust you," Zhang Fei said.
弟自今以后不饮酒，不打军事，诸般听人劝谏变了。糜竺曰：“只恐口不应心。”飞怒曰：“吾跟哥哥多年，未尝失信，你如何轻料我？”
From now on, I will not drink alcohol or beat the soldiers. I will just listen to others' advice. Mi Zhu said, "I'm just afraid that my words will not be what I mean." Fei said angrily, "My brother and I have never broken our trust for many years. How can you take it so lightly? Feed me."
玄德曰：“帝言虽如此，吾终不放心。还请陈元龙辅之，早晚令其少饮酒，勿致失事。”陈登应诺。玄德吩咐了当，乃统马步军3万。
Shwanda said, "Even though my brother said so, I still don't trust him. I also asked Chen Yuanlong to assist him and make him drink less in the morning and evening so as not to cause an accident." Chen Dang promised. Shwanda paid his share and commanded an army of 30,000 horses and infantry.
离徐州往南阳进发，却说袁术闻说刘备上表，欲吞其州县，乃大怒曰：“汝乃知袭边据之去，今折占据大郡，与诸侯同列，吾正欲伐汝。”
Leaving Shuzhou and heading towards Nanyang, Yuan Shu said that when Yuan Shu heard that Liu Bei wanted to annex his prefectures and counties, he was furious and said, "You went away weaving mats and weaving clothes, but now you have occupied large counties and are on the same level as the princes. I am about to attack you."
汝却反欲图我，深为可恨。乃使上将纪灵起兵10万，杀起徐州，两军会于盱眙。玄德兵少，依山傍水下寨。那纪灵乃山东人，使一口3尖刀。
I am deeply hateful that you are trying to plot against me. So he sent General Ji Ling to raise an army of 100,000 troops to kill and abandon Shuzhou. The two armies met at Shui. Shwanda had few soldiers and was located near the mountain and the underwater village. Ji Ling was from Shandong, and he used a 3-pointed sword.
中午时今是日引兵出阵，大骂刘备村夫安敢轻吾境界。玄德曰：“吾奉天子诏，以讨不臣。如今赶来相拒，罪不容诛。”纪灵大怒。
Weighing 50 kilograms, he led his troops out of the battle that day and cursed, "Liu Bei, villager, how dare you invade my realm?" Shwanda said, "I have been ordered by the emperor to punish disobedient subjects. If you dare to come and resist me now, you will not be punished." Ji Ling was furious.
拍马舞刀，直取玄德。关公大喝曰：“匹夫休得逞强！”出马与纪灵大战，一连30合，不分胜负。纪灵大叫少歇，关公便拨马回阵。
He claps his horse and dances his sword to capture Shwanda. Guan Gong shouted, "No ordinary man can be brave." He rode out to fight Ji Ling 30 rounds in a row, no matter who wins or loses. Ji Ling shouted, "Have a rest." Guan Gong then rode back to the formation.
立于阵前后之纪灵，却遣副将荀正出马。关公曰：“只叫纪灵来，与他决个雌雄。”荀正曰：“ 如乃无名下将，非季将军对手。关公大怒。
Ji-ling, who was waiting in front of the formation, sent his deputy Sun Zheng to attack. Guan Gong said, "Just teach Ji-ling to come and fight with him." Sun Zheng said, "You are an unknown general, no match for General Ji." Guan Gong was furious.
直取荀正交马一合，砍荀正于马下。玄德驱兵杀将过去，纪灵大败，退守淮阴河口，不敢交战，只叫军士来偷营劫寨，皆被徐州兵杀败。
Take Sun Zheng directly and cross the horse, then chop Sun Zheng under the horse. Xuanda drove his troops to kill the generals, but Ji-ling was defeated. He retreated to the mouth of the Huayin River and did not dare to fight. He only sent soldiers to steal the camp and rob the stronghold, but they were all killed by the Shuzhou soldiers.
两军相聚不在话下。却说张飞自送玄德起身后，一应杂事，俱付陈元龙管理，军机大务自家参酌。一日设宴请各官复席，众人坐定。
The two armies rejected each other. However, Zhang Fei said that after seeing Xuanda get up, Zhang Fei handed over all the miscellaneous matters to Qin Yuanlong's management. He took charge of major military matters at home, and one day he held a banquet to invite all the officials. Everyone sat down.
"张飞开言曰：我兄临去时，吩咐我少饮酒，恐致失事。众官今日尽此一醉，明日都各借酒，帮我守城。今日却都要满饮。言罢。
Zhang Fei said, "When my brother leaves, he told me not to drink too much, for fear of getting into trouble. All the officials will get drunk today, and tomorrow they will all stop drinking and help me defend the city. Today, they all drink a lot. After that,
起身与众官把盏酒至曹豹面前，报曰：我从天界，不饮酒。飞曰：厮杀汉如何不饮酒？我要你吃一盏。豹惧怕，只得饮了一杯。
he got up and brought a cup of wine to Qiao Bao with all the officials. Bao said, "I have given up my orders from heaven not to drink alcohol." Fei said, "Why don't you drink alcohol when you are fighting with Han Han? I want you to have a cup." Bao Bao was afraid and had to drink a cup.
张飞把便各官自斟具功，连饮了几十杯，不觉大醉，却又起身与众官把盏。酒至曹豹，豹曰：某时不能饮矣。飞曰：你恰才吃了。
Zhang Fei asked all the officials to pour themselves huge glasses of wine. After drinking dozens of cups, he didn't realize he was very drunk, but he got up and drank with all the officials. When the wine reached Qiao Bao, Bao said, I really can't drink it. Fei said, You just ate it.
如今为何推却豹再三不饮？非最后19，便发怒曰：“你为我将令，该打100。”便喝军士拿下。陈元龙曰：“玄德公临去时，吩咐你甚来。”
Now why do you reject the leopard and refuse to drink it again and again? After Fei was drunk, he drank wine and said angrily, You should be beaten 100 times for disobeying my general order. He ordered the sergeant to take it down. Qin Yuanlong said, When Duke Xuanda leaves, how much will he pay you?
Fei曰：“你文官，只管文官事，休来管我。”曹豹无奈，只得告求曰：“懿德公，看我女婿之面，且恕我罢。”非曰：“你女婿是谁？”豹曰
Fei said, You, a civil servant, only care about civil affairs, and don't bother me. Qiao Bao had no choice but to plead, Mr. Ida, please forgive me for the sake of my son-in-law. Fei said, Who is your son-in-law? Leopard said,
吕布是也非大怒曰：“我本不欲打你，你把吕布来唬我，我偏要打你。我打你，便是打吕布。”诸人劝不住，将曹豹鞭至50，众人苦苦告饶。
Lu Bu Yefei said angrily, I didn't want to beat you. You brought Lu Bu to scare me, but I decided to beat you. If I hit you, I will hit Lu Bu. Everyone couldn't persuade him anymore. Qiao Bao was whipped to 50, and everyone begged for mercy.
“方止，席散。”曹豹回去，深恨张飞，连夜差人击书一封。径头小沛见吕布，被说张飞无礼，且云：“玄德以往淮南，今夜可成非罪。”
Fang Zhi after the banquet was over, Qiao Bao went back and hated Zhang Fei deeply. He sent a letter to Xiao Pei all night to see Lu Bu, preparing to say that Zhang Fei was rude.
引兵来袭徐州，不可错此机会。吕布见书，便请陈宫来议。公曰：“小沛原非久居之地，今徐州既有可成之隙，失此不取，悔之晚矣。不从之。”
Don't miss this opportunity to lead troops to attack Shuzhou. When Lu Bu saw the letter, he invited Qin Gong to discuss it. Gong said, Xiaopei is not a place where I have lived for a long time. Now there is a gap that can be taken advantage of in Shuzhou. If we miss it, it will be too late to regret it. Bu followed it.
“随即披挂上马，领500骑先行，使陈宫引大军既进，高顺亦随后进发。小沛离徐州只40-50里，上马便到。吕布到城下时， 恰才4更。
Then he mounted his horse and led 500 cavalry to go ahead. Chen Gong was asked to lead the army to follow, and Gao Shun also followed. Xiaopei is only 40 or 50 miles away from Shuzhou, so you can get there in a matter of seconds. When Lu Bu arrived at the city, it was just the 4th watch.
月色澄清，城上更不知觉。不到城门边叫曰：“刘使君有机密使人至。”城上有曹豹军报之曹豹，报上城看之，便令军士开门。吕布一声暗号。
The moonlight clarifies that the city is even more unconscious. Bu went to the city gate and shouted, "Lu Shijun has a secret to send someone here." There was Qiao Bao's army in the city and informed Qiao Bao. Bao went up to the city to see what he saw and ordered the sergeant to open the door. Lu Bu gave a signal.
"众军齐入，喊声大举。张飞正醉卧府中，左右急忙摇醒，报说吕布钻开城门，杀将进来了。张飞大怒，慌忙披挂，抄了丈八蛇矛。
All the troops came in and shouted loudly. Zhang Fei was drunk and lying in his mansion. He hurriedly woke up and reported. Lu Bu opened the city gate and the killer general came in. Zhang Fei was furious, hurriedly put on his arms and threw a snake spear that was 8 feet tall.